What's up, team? We're back. Apologies for the few days break. I genuinely just, for some reason, did not feel very good for a few days. And then it fucked up my sleep schedule and yada yada. You've all heard the same excuse a trillion times, but it's true. You can choose what to believe it or not. Okay. We don't really have to delve too much into theory because our whole last stream was dedicated to theories. So let's get right into this. New World Aeternum. What is this? Why am I getting an ad for New World? I don't play New World. This game looks like it sucks. Okay. Besides the point, let me open this up. Oh, fucking plastic clamshell packaging here. Get the fuck out of here. Are my glasses dirty, yay or nay? The answer is yay, unfortunately. Why is my fucking Windows not open? Windows Explorer not opening? Jesus fuck, I clicked it like 4 times. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. So, we did our theories. Everything has kind of come to a head at this point. I don't necessarily know how this is going to play out. I imagine it's going to be semi-similar to, Here's my notes, by the way. We're gonna reposition this as it was prior. Let me get it so that it's, like, actually properly aligned with the Google Doc. There we go. And I'll recenter this for you guys. Oops, that is my chat. I do not want my chat centered in the middle of my screen. I don't want that there either. Jesus, am I blind? Yep, there it is. Properties. Transform. Center to screen. And we will probably lower this quite a bit. Well, actually, we'll keep it like this, and I will just make the window smaller for you guys. Jesus, I cannot click the top right corner. I want it to be the proper width, but that looks very weird when it's like this, but we'll do it like this. This is the best part about as the playthroughs go forward, is how much my note document looks different from stream to stream because of how much I fuck with it, but you know, that's just how it goes. Okay. Perfect. Okay, blah blah blah. We get it, bro. Sing your little song. Okay, so the one thing that I'm kind of surprised about on the menu is that I mentioned this prior at some point whenever we were looking through and I bumped into it. I was surprised that the answer arcs are all in one chunk, so I don't really know if it's going to be obvious necessarily when they end. I'm sure there is some reason for why they are... Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses. I'm sure there's some reason that is obvious once you've played why they are all smacked together. I don't know if I ever read the episode 4 one. I feel like I didn't. Good morning. I could have never imagined that you would not have surrendered by now. At this point, even I must expect great things from you. The game is played not only on the board, perhaps this time you should take a small peek beyond its borders. As they say, if you know your enemy, you need not fight 100 battles. See, this is me, I can't read cursive. The difficulty level depends upon you. How you have chosen to battle up until now will influence the difficulty. It's very interesting, and I'm assuming that's in reference to whether you buy into the magic or whether you don't. So that's interesting. And then this is episodes 5 through 8. Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective. Okay. Well, like I said, I will hide the notes. I know I didn't realize that I had it covered because I'm slow in the head. It's okay. You can yell at me in post. But yeah, I don't really think there's a whole lot that we need to talk about. We did all our theorying at the end of the last stream. If you want to see, if you don't want to watch the whole theory stream, you can watch maybe the last like 30 minutes of the last stream and get the whole context of that. But let's get into it. Ooh, no little opening thing, dude. Just hard smash cut right into... Oh. Well, that's a little bit anticlimactic. So, how's the weather? Do you come here often? Oh, never mind. Oh, I see. That's why. Because it actually loads into a different thing because this is a different game through Steam. And now it's not Umineko no Naku Koro ni something. Now it has Chiro on the end of it. Okay, good. We do have a episode 5. Also note that the background here is the cliff which Rosa was with Beatrice at. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. Ooh, interesting. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I'm sure there will be something you can spot from this clearer perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? So this is interesting. I wonder if this is going to be... Okay, one sec. Spoiler talk again. Higurashi, mute your ears. I'll cover this up again. In Higurashi, episode 2 was following the perspective of the main character and his interactions with Mion. And the whole chapter was focused around Mion, at least that's what it felt like. Whereas when you played chapter 5 of Higurashi, you finally realized that there wasn't, when I say body double, that's not really the correct way to word this, but rather that there was a switching between Shion and Mion because of them being identical twins. And so there was a lot of times during the chapter where Mion and Shion were not who they said they were because they would constantly fill in for each other, as had been described at that point in the story. I wonder if this time around, because in chapter 5 of Higurashi, you spent a lot of time following Shion's perspective. You saw like her side of the story, you saw her tale of the events, everything like that. But in Higurashi as well, chapter 5 was not really significant at all in the scheme of the entire story. In fact, chapter 5 was probably the most, chapter 2/5 was probably the most isolated because while the events of what were happening were still occurring in the background, the events of chapter 2 and 5 sort of overwrote them, I guess you could say, and took precedent over them despite them not really being in service to the final goal. Now, in this game, that vibe is what I got from chapter 3. Was that chapter 3 was like kind of the red herring, that it was like a sort of a version of the game that got hijacked. But with that being said, I'm interested if that is how this is going to go. If we will be seeing a different perspective throughout the course of this. We will see. Let me cover this up. Kaio Caesar 1122. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's get started. If it'll ever... There we go. Pretty anticlimactic there that we clicked onto the other episode and it didn't even load through right away. Get ready, here it comes. Yep. Undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, places, or events. We take this opportunity to remind players that owning the PS3 and PC editions of Umineko... Hey, I have it. I already showed it on Steam. We hope you enjoy a fresh new experience with a continuation of the story and something because I couldn't read it fast enough. I do own the game, thank you very much. Okay, I bought it like 4 years ago. Oh, you idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see the pained look on your face. Why else? Look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look. It's magic, it's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me and magic, look. Sorry, Badler. It was pretty interesting. Still, I was just trying to do what Master told me, but it really did work very well. I hear after acting bad-tempered and exploring the depths of cruelty, if you act properly incompetent and soft, you can get a massive rise on that goodwill meter thing, right? Okay. So we jump right in, and it's all over the place. I don't know if that's supposed to be like flashbacks to random scenes. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to watch them. That lonely tone was the sound of the desolate wind blowing by. The color of the glittering flower petals on the rose bushes was that of gold. The group of gold butterflies which had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals could no longer be seen anywhere. The master of the golden land is the golden witch Beatrice. She could be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, and also naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The golden witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden. She wasn't relaxing there. Empty-eyed, never responding to any questions, and yet still not permitted to sleep. Beatrice was sitting there as if she was a doll. Virgilia, what did you do? Her hair was down and Virgilia was carefully fixing it up with a comb. If Beatrice had been complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle, then it would have been clear that she was the usual Beato. However, she gave no responses and showed no reactions. So instead, it only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. Alongside them, there was a table. Interesting verbiage to say like a doll, especially when we've been having questions about whether or not we have vessels and things of the sort, but besides the point. Alongside them, there was a table. On it was a chessboard, along with a mix of black and white pieces in an all-out battle. Also, I want to say this as an aside. When I was porting all the videos to YouTube, and I was going through, there's like a folder in the game files for the Umineko project, I'm assuming it's the same for the base game, that has all the backgrounds that is included in the game. And so I pick one whenever I'm making like the shitty little thumbnails for the VOD or for the videos, and I also wanted to make one for the overall for the whole playthrough. And I decided randomly, I think it was at the end of chapter 2, whenever I started doing this, that I was like, I need one that's gonna make sense for all of Umineko, and I decided to put the chessboard, and it's more and more come back as like a very, I don't know, I felt like a very weird analogy, because at the time that I had put it as the thumbnail for the whole playlist, the game had only mentioned chess. I don't want to say like it had not mentioned it, but it was just not mentioned like that much. But it's just kind of funny the way that it's worked out. Okay. On it was a chessboard along with a mix of black and white pieces in an all-out battle. However, something about this setup looked different from normal chess. Let me see, because I don't play chess. The problem is I don't know. The king and the queen I always sort of mistake from each other, but the king usually has a cross on his head, right? So... But isn't the king shorter than the queen? Is the queen castled in this image? Am I being slow? It might have been a game similar to chess, but not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move was a young man. See, this is the problem where I apologize to any people who are chess aficionados, because I'm going to disappoint you with my chess knowledge. Perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation each time he changed it. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind those moves. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushirimiya family head, once likened studying chess games to taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Ushirimiya Battler was on a journey in search of the Golden Witch's thought process, which had led her to create these arrangements and make these moves. Battler took a black piece, which he had only just moved forward, and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. That's definitely the king, right? So what the fuck does the queen look? Maybe the queen is the one without the cross. I don't know, I'm good with all the other pieces, but I always mix up the king and the queen for some reason. Battler's pieces were white, however on that chessboard the side facing Battler was black's territory, and if this is the same image from earlier, which I don't know that it is, but I think it is, then black is at an advantage here. I think they have a 1-pawn advantage the last time I looked, but hey man, I don't know chess. He was stepping through the game from Beato's perspective. Get it? He's like flipping over the chessboard? The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. No, he was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding, and had only made it sound as though he was talking to himself. Ooh, okay, hello, Beatrice, long hair, hello. Although, yeah, you have kind of blank eyes, but hello, oh my. Beato's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse which had given up on living. So this is basically the end state of witches. Which, you know, Higurashi memes again. She wasn't sleeping. She was forbidden to step down from this game, and therefore sleep was not permitted. So she must have heard. However, his words probably didn't reach her heart. Hadn't reached her heart, sorry. The Golden Witch would no longer sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. Beatrice was no longer anything more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture or even move her lips. However, her movements were never able to communicate anything to Battler. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. . Battler is talking to you. Say something. Snicker or guffaw if you want. I don't even care if you use that shrill laugh of yours. It seemed unbelievable. That shrill laugh of Beato's would never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice was surely reaching her. Battler was talking to her because he believed this. So he said the same thing one more time. I don't know why, I feel like Battler looks like kind of different in the face. I don't know why. I know he doesn't, but like maybe it's just because it's been a few days since I played, but he looks like more slim in the face or something, I don't know. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Okay, hello, Miss Longhair, hello. So, her thoughts don't make any sense to you. Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to take that opportunity away from her, which meant that Battler was being forced to bear with the silence, until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch him like this, and Battler too wanted to have a conversation with Virgilia, with faith that their words would reach Beato's heart. Yep, I don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Beato's shoes and moving to pieces like this, the less I understand. The successful execution of a serial murder following an epitaph, he was stepping through the games from the witch side with that as the victory condition, but he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. Well, he's kind of making the mistake again that we already know, which maybe he doesn't know. I don't remember if any of the other witches or Rika or any of the other people like directly communicated it to him, but we've been told that Beatrice has the problem of swapping her ends for her means, and that could be a part of the reason why it doesn't seem like she's doing moves that are in service to her goal. Could also be that we have another, I don't want to say player at the table, but we know all along that Beatrice was in service to Lambda Delta, that, you know, we have like the in-universe narrative of what's going on with this exact game. If you want to talk in like the terms of the universe of like the When They Cry series, we have this fragment that we're operating in, or these fragments that are from the same world. But there is a game that is occurring between fragments that, you know, casts a shadow over everything else, which is the game between Rika and Lambda Delta. And we know that Lambda Delta has Beatrice basically enslaved, even more so now, more explicitly now. And it makes me wonder if all along, because we do know that Lambda Delta she was saying before that because, you know, her end state for this game is she wants it to remain in like a deadlock forever. She doesn't want Beatrice to win. She doesn't want Battler to win. She wants to trap Rika for all time in this game because of this game, and probably do exactly what Beatrice is in the state of right now to Rika. And because of that, it makes me wonder if Lambda Delta has actually taken a more direct role that we have not been clear to, or has not been known to us. The only problem, I guess, surrounding that is, I believe in like the meta narrative of like the witches existing inside the world that they operate in. I just don't really believe that there's any crossover between the two. However, you know, again, I don't want to constantly be like, remember Higurashi, but, you know, remember Higurashi, even though that entire game was basically not magic related or not, you know, supernatural in any form, there was still elements of magic that did exist towards the end, and I'm thinking that's probably the case here, but we will see to what that degree is. Apologies, continue. He could see several incomprehensible moves in the records of their past games that clearly conflicted with that victory condition. I don't get it at all. This journey through her thinking process is just too rugged. Even so, you won't give up, will you? Yeah, I promised. Kill me. Let me die. That's the other thing too that you gotta remember, right? Is that if Beatrice is trapped here all along, sorry, I have a little bit of a stomachache, I'm gonna take a leave here, but if Beatrice is trapped here along with us, we know that the enemy of witches is boredom, and all it seems is that now she's kind of got bored with the game. She's sort of an unwilling participant. She can like delude herself into thinking that she is a willing participant, again, assuming that I understand the dynamic correctly, which my understanding of the dynamic, the way that it sounded from the 1T party, is that Beatrice is not even really a true witch. She's granted her powers from Lambda Delta, and she has her powers within like the confines of this game world, and she can operate with the power of a witch within the confines of this game world, but not so much in terms of like the meta level between like her and Rika, where her and Rika seem like they probably possess magic between different fragments and different worlds and whatnot. But so if you think about it from that perspective, as Beatrice being an unwilling participant, and the fact that she knows that Lambda Delta wants this game to go on forever, well, you can see why she might get to the position where she's like, look, bro, I just want you to win the game. I just want this to be over. I have like no interest in playing the game anymore. This is the other thing too, which again, don't do Higurashi memes, but Higurashi, remember that game that was written by the same guy that I'd love to bring up constantly. We don't know how long the 2 days on Rokkenjima have been looping. You know, we've been present for what, 4 loops? But that doesn't mean that that's how long it's been going. That just means that, you know, whatever perspective we are playing through, that's when we become aware of it. And it could very well be that Battler, our guy, maybe he's only been, I don't want to say like he's only been a player at the game for that long. But if you look at, again, you know, I'm actually going to put up a spoiler talk here thing. Again, spoiler talk for Higurashi, apologies, you know, skip ahead. With Higurashi, with Rika, when she was trapped in the game, we found out that, you know, when it first began, she had more and more time that she was looping through. And then over time, as she, like, got weaker mentally, and as she became more convinced that there was no absolute way that she could win, she ended up in the position where she was looping less and less time, where she was then only looping, like, what, 2 weeks worth of time, I think it was, towards the end of the game, where she was looping, like, years at a time at first. But the thing is, when we're playing as Keiichi, and we're going through that game, we didn't realize that, you know, Rika had been looping for, I don't know if they actually give a time period of like how much Rika had actually spent in the loop, but my understanding it's a very long time that she spent in the loop. And we've had some inklings that there are other characters who may have knowledge of the looping, that they may have memory bleed, as I called it in Higurashi. There could be people that we would assume that whoever Beatrice is, which if you followed our theory stream, I would say that my current prediction is Jessica. I'll just say Beatrice, but if we assume that whoever Beatrice's human identity has this looping thing, right? She is as much trapped here as everybody else is, so I can see why she would end up in this same position. Rika basically ended up in this position at the end of Higurashi, and it was only because of a miracle that was able to, you know, be seen through. Interestingly too, now looking back, I wonder if the story of Higurashi makes more sense and is more, I don't want to say complete, but you have a little bit more context to like the why everything happened the way it did, because that was something that I did find a little bit off-putting in Higurashi. Also, let me take these pills I've been holding in my hand. That was the one thing that I found a little bit off-putting with Higurashi, was that we went through the whole game with this constant talking about, you know, things in the village, you know, supernatural, gods of the village, things of this sort. And every single time, like clockwork, we would find out that it wasn't that way. It didn't actually fit that way. You know, everything actually had a human explanation. And then you get to the end of the game, and you find out, yeah, well, everything in the game does have a human explanation, but Rika is also time looping, and you're like, whoa, like that's a very big departure from what was going on in the rest of the game. And it's not to say that it was bad, but you know, when you have everything laid out in such a way, and then you have it at the very end where you're like, oh yeah, by the way, the entire game that you've been playing, and where everything has had a human explanation, yeah, no, by the way, there isn't. And yeah, it's just, I think it will make the story of Higurashi more complete overall, looking back. And I kind of do, I couldn't watch my playthrough of it, I'd have to watch somebody else. I literally cannot stand listening to my own voice. But, I think it might be something that would be interesting to see. Okay, sorry, let's get back to this. I promised to let her die peacefully, and I'm the only one who can do that. Bito's right ankle was bound with a heavy cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the restriction that prevented her from leaving the game without either victory or loss, and the shackle was probably hurting her. I do hope, and maybe this is like some really extreme copium, I think what we're gonna find out, this is actually, it's hard to stall so much at the start here, but I did have some thoughts over the last few days. Talking about Umineko, or thinking about Umineko rather. And the thing is, we might get a solution to the game in the sense that Battler might find out who Beatrice is. I mean, we will find that out for sure. But there's a more interesting, deeper question that is, how will the game just end with Beatrice, being discovered, magic being denied, and her being eliminated, Or is there actually going to be a little bit of a twist where, like right now, Battler is helping Beatrice in a sense, Right now their interests have aligned because of the state that the game has ended up in. But it makes me wonder if there's going to be some change up at a given point where, I don't say that Beatrice becomes a good guy, because again, there's like a really hard line for him to cross to be able to think of like what Beatrice has done or been responsible or directed to happen, that she's very, yeah, exactly, right? It's like, Beatrice doesn't have any friends in this situation. So I wonder if we're going to get a little bit of like I don't want to say like a 360 towards the end. That wouldn't make any sense. It would actually be a 180. I don't know if we're going to get a 180 towards the end where Beatrice joins the guy, or if rather, again, like it's weird because it depends a lot on what the theory of magic is. If magic is just like an abstraction or a delusion that these people, I'm saying this as in very rude terms, I guess, to the magic believers, or I would say magic copers, but if you believe in the magic theory, to me, I think that with the human explanation, I think what Maria described Rosa's bad emotions as is like the perfect encapsulation of what magic is. Magic is basically, at least in the form of that it's taken in this game, not so much magic in the true sense when they were talking about making everybody happy, that when we see like Rosa, when she has like her moment, and we see we see Maria say, oh, Rosa's been like possessed by the witch, she's been taken over by the bad witch. In reality, I think most people, like looking from the outside, not considering magic as a possibility, and again, this isn't to say the magic isn't happening, but not putting magic into the equation, you would say, well, Rosa just has like really bad anger management, maybe she has like an underlying condition that makes her act that way, whatever it is. And whenever she acts in that way, Maria has abstracted that onto being another person because it protects her from the belief that her mother could actually act that way. It's putting it onto something else. And there's something interesting about the magic theory that, like, is Beatrice a part of this person? This is also another thing that I've been saying the whole game, is that we don't know to what degree the person who is Beatrice is necessarily aware of it. I would imagine they're very aware. But there may be, like, some wrinkle to this game where the person is not always aware that they are Beatrice, or to the extent that they are Beatrice, or, Beatrice could also be an image of, like, all the bad parts of this person. What I'm trying to say is that if Beatrice is more of an abstract concept, it's possible that whoever the person that Beatrice is could be redeemed. However, if we do buy into the more meta-narrative like what we had with Higurashi, where, there may actually be, like, well, actually, that's kind of weird again, I don't want to get into the Higurashi stuff again, but that's not really how it played out in Higurashi, but, I guess there's just something interesting about what's going to happen with Beatrice at the end of the story, because I feel like the real story is going to be the fight between Rika and Lambda Delta, because this is sort of just a battlefield for them to fight their bigger war over, and it seems like the battle, like their war will conclude with whatever this battle is. However, I wonder if that results in Beatrice being redeemed, or if her good ending necessarily is also just releasing her. The other weird thing too, though, which is sort of hard to describe, is killing like let's assume that like magic is real for a second, or that there's parts of magic that are real. If we kill off like whatever the witch form or the witch part of Beatrice is, assuming that it maps onto a real person, very possible the real person could still just continue as normal. You could view it in the very same way like Rosa has a condition, Rosa's possessed. Well, let's say that we, sort of a very weird way to think about it, but if we gave Rosa like medicine or something so that she didn't have those outbursts, or that they didn't happen like that at least, you could say in a certain way that like you kind of killed the witch, you sort of got rid of the witch out of her. So I guess to summarize everything that I've said, I wonder if through the story of this game, I don't know if we're going to see a redemption arc in the sense that we find out that Beatrice was actually good, guys, and Beatrice was just being forced to do this by Lambda Delta because, there's still some brunt that she has to bear about the cruelty of everything that she did. But I wonder if the end of this game will result in just sort of a bad word to use for this, but like the emancipation of Beatrice, where she just gets freed from her game. She's no longer a slave to the game that's happening and it's over. And, you know, that alone is her good ending. Because then that question also comes to, like, what does that mean for the person who is Beatrice in the real world? Or is it just that this is kind of a similar thing like with Maria, where if this is sort of just like a belief or like a thing that this person believes in, if you dissolve it, like, does the person stay fine? Does it mean that getting rid of Beatrice will mean that whoever Beatrice is will die? Will Beatrice end up redeemed in the sense that, like, her human form will be able to live and, like, will continue on, like, a path of being better? I don't know, but apologies, I've stalled long enough. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold steel shackle was tormenting her over and over inside her waking dream. So there was never any relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a bad dream, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from resting in peace. Are you not in a hurry? It seems that the 5th game has already started. I'm not interested. Why should I take part in any game without Beato as an opponent? If that's the only alternative, then stepping through past games on a journey in search of Beato's thought process is a much better use of my time. So that's interesting. So I wonder if we are going to get a perspective, like a different perspective from the 4th game, or if we will see the 5th game, or if it'll be a mix of both. I'll be the next game master. Any objections? You have none, right? Okay, so interesting. So if I would have pressed space like 3 times, it would have made a little bit more sense that we're probably going to have Lambda Delta acting in Beatrice's place. I have tons. Beato has abandoned the fight and lost consciousness. Isn't this loss by default and game over for her? I'll admit a lot's happened to Beato, and it feels a teensy bit like she's been knocked out right now, but that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. That's why I'm acting as her assistant. Get it? Beato was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll who had given up on victory, asked Battler to perform her last rites, and entrusted everything to him. Of course, no 5th game would ever be prepared if everyone just sat around, so Lambda Delta had succeeded Beato as the game master and proclaimed that she would prepare the next game. Quit messing around. This game is between me and Beato. I don't know who you are, but I'm not going to let you carry on without us. No one asked for your opinion. So, Burn, do you accept or not? This now unifies both things, where you could kind of get exactly what I was talking about, where you get a defeat of Lambda Delta alongside everything. Sure. Go and succeed her position. How dare you say that? I don't know who you two are, but I'm not going to let you ignore Beato and me and just carry on by yourselves. Calm down. Of course a different player will choose different moves. You might have a lot of reason to feel uneasy about the idea, but even so it could give you some big hints, right? Who cares? And who put you in charge? Beato's game has repeated 4 times, and you still don't understand anything, right? In that case, I think that changing the player might lead to some huge hints. Are they just going to say that because Lambda Delta's so much more simple-minded, it's going to expose, like, her back? But that's none of your business. This is our game. Beato prepared it, and she designated me to be her opponent on it. Or in it. In it, bruv. I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up. In that case, wake Beato up and make her get the next game ready. Can you? But Beato won't be getting up for a while. But there's no need for a new game. Just the 4 games she's already laid out are more than enough. Even if there is to be a 5th game, it just needs to be something that Beato lays out and I challenge. You two have absolutely nothing to do with this. Sorry, I was taking a drink. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at these 2 witches called Lambda Delta and Burncastle, who had shown up after the game's start, and who had started to try and continue it on their own. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Beato, so high in fact that even Beato's master Virgilia couldn't come close. Battler had the feeling that he'd seen these 2 several times before, however this was the first time he had learned their names and spoken to them directly. You can't get the next game ready without waking Beato, that's why I'm going to prepare it instead. Listen, Battler, we aren't so patient that we're willing to wait however long we have to wait for Beato to regain consciousness. Right, Burn? I don't like boredom, it really ticks me off. We really don't care whether you get bored or not. Come on now, leave everything to perfect Lambda Delta, okay? I'll take over as the game master. Don't worry, I won't play with too much certain perfection. I'll act all Beato-like and prepare plenty of clues, bonus hints, and fakes that make no sense. I'll make it into one big hint to help you understand Beato's world even more, okay? Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches barely flinched. One grinned. The other looked indifferent as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me. What's this? Not satisfied? Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game? Isn't that lost by default? Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game. Don't just decide that yourself. I'm not gonna play along with you two. I don't give a shit. Then it really is lost by default, right? The witch side wins this game, the humans submit, and we wrap things up then? If you step down, then you lose by default and the game ends. Are you okay with that? If you want to make certain that your lonely sister will always meet with miserable circumstances in an endless number of worlds, that option is indeed open to you. When Burncastle mentioned Angie, Battler's expression changed instantly. How dare you talk about Angie so casually? It's because you have me, the Witch of Miracles Burncastle, as your ally, that there exists the possibility of a miracle in which Angie's family might come home to her. Well, if you throw that chance away yourself, guaranteeing that Angie's endless futures will all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting for me too. I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's games, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world, and if I abandon victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Damn. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied. Did you already forget the anger you felt when your sister was turned into mincemeat? That spectacle where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless red-hot pliers? Do you need to look at it directly this time? Jesus, Rika. Burncastle faced the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you looked deep into that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. If you stared at it, then you would surely witness that scene where Angie finally reached her beloved brother after devoting 12 years of her life to that goal, only to have her entire body torn to bits while she was still alive. Good lord, that expression. Damn you. Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched whatever made up her form, it disappeared. Like from smoke, is that what it said? Like foam on the waves, sorry. And then as naturally as though she had been there from the beginning, Burncastle was leaning against a distant wall. If you step down from the game, this will become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. I won't be the one to weave that future. You'll do it yourself. So you decide, alright? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister's future. Battler's fist shook with anger, but even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Burncastle. Like a cat or a phantom, this witch wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Besides, she's telling the truth. For Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight, even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board. That's just like you, Burn. Even the way you frighten people into doing what you want is heartless. That's how it is, Battler. You aren't allowed to step down from the game board. You and Beato are both nothing more than pieces on the game board who exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to sate our boredom. Well, this level of anger only makes for a cheap snack. Like those curry-flavored potato wafers that sell at 30 yen for a pair. Okay. You damn witches. Fight for Angie's sake, okay? And for Beato's too, right? In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying, Burncastle smiled, tormenting Battler in a similar way to how something too sweet sometimes gives you a headache. The host of this tea party, Beato, was absent now, and the guest witches were already making themselves at home. What'll you do, Ishirimiya Battler? Surrender to fate? Just step down. You've had enough of being toyed with as a witch's piece, right? It's tough being one of Burn's pieces. You'll be a throwaway just like Angie. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future. I'm on your side. Until you win, I'll support you so that you can reach that future. For all eternity until I get bored. Battler couldn't allow himself to fall for their provocation and cajolery. These witches knew that he got mad easily, and they were trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists. Also, this is a very random time to drop this in. I did update the Google Doc and format it properly such that, all the red statements are in red, all the blue statements are in blue. Went through and fixed, spelling errors and shit, so it won't be exactly the same as my notes, but it's pretty much exactly the same, and it's formatted nicer if you ever want to read through while watching the streams or anything. Just as an aside. If you want to start this 5th game of yours, then just do it. Do whatever you want. Oh, I will. Hey, where are you going? Even though Balor had acknowledged this 5th game, he turned his back on them, which surprised Lambda Delta a bit. If you're gonna be Beato's substitute, then I'm sure the Burncastle witch over there can be mine if she wants. Not a bad idea. Otherwise, this will turn into a loss by default. What the heck? Are you gonna just ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into making? Rude. Balor says he's gonna take a break for a while. Until he comes back, I'll be the substitute player. How's that sound, Battler? You do that. Oh, Rika, we're back. What's wrong, Lambda? If your opponent is me and not that fool Battler, you won't play? Of course I will. I'm glad I get to play with you, Burn. Come on, let's play. Let's play together in Lambda Delta's super hyper and cute episode 5. This is a world that Beato created, remember? You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you? Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff. I made sure to use a Beato-ish atmosphere, and I made it into an even more interesting story. Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over, okay? You'd be ashamed to miss this. I prepared plenty of bonus hints that'll get you closer to Beato's secret. Is what it'll look like, but I'll actually fill it with misdirection and make things more and more confusing. Wait, hey Battler, why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? I do love every time they show the dissolve effect or whatever, and I look at my side monitor and I see that my bitrate jumps up to 12,000. Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they'd stolen from Beato. Okay, this is gonna be another one where I wonder if we can even take anything from this game. Also, if there's an intro here, I will be right back. Okay, I was gonna say, if it plays a fucking video, I'm skipping the video. Can those witches really understand Beato's game? Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do. However, they can do things that she wouldn't do. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna put that in the notes. This is the first note of this. Virgilia states, since Rika and Lambda have taken over the game board, they can't do anything that would be outside the rules of the game board. However, they can make moves that Beatrice may not necessarily make. I'll pop the notes up so you can see. That's what I put there, just to make sure I understand that correctly. They can't do anything this child can't do. Okay. So I'm also going to put that too. Also put here / can't do anything that Beatrice cannot do. What do you mean things she wouldn't do? The materials of chess exist to play chess with. You cannot use them to play cards. However, as for throwing the chess pieces at your opponent or scribbling on the board, doing such things is not impossible. However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess, so people don't do that. Dude, I'm sorry. Beatrice with the long hair? Hello. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. It looked like Beato's eyes clouded very slightly with sadness. I'm assuming this is chapter 1, right? Or prologue, rather. Did it reset? It reset my playtime! No, I should have checked on the other one. Damn them. This game is between me and Beato. I won't let anyone else profane it. Oh, Ronove, welcome back. At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Ronove appeared holding a tea set with black tea. Would you like some more tea? If you wouldn't mind. Certainly. So, how has this journey of yours in search of Milady's thoughts been? I'm as clueless as ever, but I'm enjoying it. On a different topic, are you certain about this? Relaxing here, I mean. Are you talking about the game those witches are playing all by themselves? Yes. Just now, when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first Twilight had already— Jesus, fuck, we're going fast— had already taken place. And it seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause the game just because I wasn't around. Ronove, did you see their game? Just a part of it. How was it? Ronove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After he was done, he finally spoke, expressing his thoughts in very few words. It did not have love. Interesting. This is also going in the notes. Odd that he would say. Ronove states that the game that Lambda and Rika are running did not have the love that Beatrice had when she made the games. It's a very interesting thing too, also that would... Well, it's not to say that the furniture aren't human, but that does kind of also insinuate a little bit in a weird way that it might not be the furniture or one of the furniture that was like the mastermind behind this game, because we would assume that love is an element that furniture are not capable of, although, you know, I wasn't really suspecting them to begin with. What do you mean, love? My apologies. That is how it would be put if a woman were to say it. As a man, it's gonna say like style or grace or something. It was dishonorable. Wow. Perhaps one could say it was dishonorable. I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. At a glance, I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly, however the foundation is very different. Does it go against the rules of Beato's game? No, it does not. Lambda Delta understands the rules of Milady's game very well indeed. However... ... Battler stood up. There was no need to make Ronove say any more. Battler. Sorry, Ronove. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need. You will go after all. Yeah. We don't need any outsiders in our game. Those guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing around, or about, crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beato. I've got to take it back. I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beato's game board now. That means I shouldn't just sit around here. Thank you. I wanted to let this child hear those words. I'm sure she hears them. Milady is simply unable to answer. Beato lay there silently like a living doll with dull eyes. The game board that she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. Beato had called on me to be her opponent. Then this game must be something she created for me. I've got to take it back. You just wait here. I'm gonna take it back. Of course, Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. I'll be right back. Virgilia, Ronove, I'm counting on you two to look after this golden sleeping princess. Yes, leave it to us. See you later, Battler, and please, try to discover some part of this child in their game without her. If you can, then it will mean that you have fought with her even in her absence. You're right? Yeah. This is no goddamn good at all. What am I doing? Let's go, and let's take it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches. My break is over. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it were made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now. It's way too late. Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale. You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Yeah, like you ever even waited for me in the first place. Burn was way sharper and more thrilling than you were, right? Shut up. I'm the player here. Your substitute witches, or you substitute witches, can just take a step back now. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously. After all, we're already at the climax. After this, Burn will probably corner me and win. What the hell? Why not, though? Let's let him watch the final moves. Yeah, come on over, Ushirimiya Battler. It's almost completely over, but here's the cute and elegant game I made. Episode 5, End of the Golden Witch. And I got shot in the head simultaneously as that happened. Oh, so it's opening up this. Okay, one sec. I have to go to the washroom really bad. I went before the stream, but as I said earlier, I haven't been feeling too good. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I think I'm just gonna have to admit that I'm probably just gonna have a stomachache. A nagging stomachache for most of the thing. So, this is pretty interesting, though, to have these things. So, game started without Battler. First Twilight is already over. Victims this time. We have Jessica, Hideyoshi, George, Rosa, Maria, Genji. This is a very fucking odd list of people. Sorry, I have a thing that needs to be hidden. So, upper floor, sharp blade. Okay. Jessica killed with a sharp blade. I'm pretty sure the last time that we said this, we said that we thought it was Genji whenever this was... I wonder if that's a weird way that we'll be able to, like, put this together in this game, that we can attach, like, who the killer is via the method that they were killed. Maybe it's always consistent. And so that maybe, like, for instance, whenever you see, like, oh, sharp blade, you know, like, okay, yeah, well, Genji was probably, like, a killer or killed somebody in this chapter. Kill with a sharp blade in the upper floor of the guest house. Okay, that's kind of a... So, corpse discovered in a guest room. Okay, so I'll just go one by one. Hideyoshi. Apologies if you... I don't know why I'm apologizing. Get fucked. Face down on a bed in a guest room in the mansion. Okay. Pierced through the back with a demon stake. This is interesting, so I'm gonna say similar to Jessica in season 2, because that's the episode 2. I'm typing this, but I'll show you once I'm done. Just there's no point to cover it up for now. Similar to Jessica in episode 2. He was lying face down on the bed. Okay. George. Killed on the upper floor of the guest house as well. Okay. Direct cause of death is unknown. Wait, that's weird. 1 second. Okay, wait. Killed, cause of death unknown. Sharp blade, or I should say, neck cut cleanly with a sharp blade, potentially after death. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my notes here because I didn't read that on Jessica. I was like, that's very weird that it says that the cause of death is unknown, and then on George it was like... at first I thought this blurb wasn't here on Jessica, and I was gonna say, it's really weird that it says that it's weird for him. Killed on the upper floor, direct cause of death is I should say, same as Jessica, with unknown method, but slice mark on neck. Okay. Rosa. Okay, once again. Rosa. Same as George and Jessica. Assuming Maria will be the same. Maria, same as George. Jessica. And he's in the servants' quarters. Genji. Same method of death as the rest save Hideyoshi. See, this is already weird because this would indicate that there's probably somebody else that is already dead that we haven't found if they were doing the Twilights. Because why would Hideyoshi in particular have been stabbed? Save Hideyoshi. Located in the first floor servants' quarters in the mansion. So these are the notes here if you just want to read them, but it's pretty much I was just reading it as we went. So interesting here. Is there anything, I mean, there's not really a lot to glean from this. Which side? Is there anything special here? Gap is present, apparently. Interesting that it makes clear that Rika's not out. Why does Asmodeus have like a smiley face where the rest of them... It's very odd. They all have different expressions. They all were straight-faced before. It's interesting. Because she's no more than a piece and the higher plane version of her has withdrawn from being the game master, she's not in a position to know the truth behind the 5th game. This means she's in a different position than the one she held in the previous games, okay. So this is very interesting. Everybody except Battler dies, which is definitely odd. Because every single other first Twilight... I'm trying to think. So for first Twilight, we had... In the first game, Goda, Shannon, Rosa, Rudolph, Kiri, Shannon. I think I might have said Shannon twice. Shannon, Goda, Rosa, Kiri, Rudolph, Kraus. That was the 6 in the first. In the second, it was really basic. It was all the parents save Rosa and Maria, or save Rosa. In the third, it was... I know Rosa and Maria were the second Twilight. I know Kiri lived. Rudolph didn't. It was all the... Oh no, sorry, he did. It was all the servants, and it was Kinzo in the third game. And in the fourth game, it was Natsuhi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Genji. Who were the other two? Rudolph. And... Rosa. It was those 6. Which means that in every single one... Put this in the notes. I think this is true. Or is it more than that? Was it 4 every time no matter what? No, because let me think. In the first one it was 3, because it was Kraus, Rudolph, Kiri. Because then it was Goda. No, it was 4. It was 4. It was 4 parents every single time. I think. Third Twilight. No, except save the third Twilight. Okay. So it's very interesting. I'm gonna, just as the aside here, it was... I'll put this down for everything. Hmm. See, it's interesting though, because in episode 1, Ava and Hideyoshi were spared. But then Ava and Hideyoshi died in the following Twilight. Everyone in episode 2 is kind of straightforward. Episode 4, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rosa, Natsui, Rudolph, Genji. I'm trying to remember though. Okay, no, it's because Natsui and Ava were bumping heads. I'm trying not to read too much into this game, given that we weren't present, but it's very interesting that all the parents and then Batlet for some reason is left alive. Genji in particular being killed is interesting too. What I'm trying to view here as well is if we think about it like this. When I mentioned earlier, this is, mind you, I'm going to say this is very low confidence. This is me entirely trying to retrofit in my brain so that like my theory that I had, you know, still fits cleanly. If Beatrice is not in the game, right? Like her piece, that is. And Jessica's dead. And we said that Ronove was Genji. Well, Ronove's maybe not in the game, so he's dead. And the others, we don't need Maria because Beatrice isn't a part of the game, so you have no one to aid Beatrice, and then these three are sort of just accessories. It's very interesting though, like I think the fact that Hideyoshi is killed by a stake, and he's the only one that's killed by the stake. We have never had... I don't want to say we've never had a first Twilight. I don't think we've ever had a first Twilight that was done with the stakes. I don't think that was a thing. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, at least. Huh. I'm gonna put that also in the notes. So this is, once again, probably relating to what Virgili was talking about here. Like, there's obviously some fuckery that's afoot. I might be wrong on this, but we know it's not true for the first. I know it's not true for the second. For the third, I don't particularly remember. But... And then episode 4, we know they were all killed by whatever, you know. Oh god, there's just so much. It's so... I don't know. I don't know. But, whatever. We'll see what happens here. It's just interesting. We'll see. We're already in the second day, too. What the fuck is gonna happen in this episode, bro? Put that in the notes, too. Ooh, that's new CG. So I don't think I'm going to try and take too much out of it, specifically the murders, but aw, Ava. See if we can identify anything. Okay, we're all holed up in the parlor. My go Natsui's still alive. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in the parlor. What I was trying to say there before I cut myself off was that I'm going to try and see if we can glean anything from like the accessories or like other weird things that happen in this game. Not so much if the murders are super important, but we'll see. And with one exception, it had been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you. You killed George, killed my husband. Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do it. In a panic, and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsui denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsui, and said it one more time. Is it over? Oh, what the fuck? You are the culprit, Ushirimiya Natsui. Rika's closing my eyes. Eyes closed. I'm not looking at this. Fucking Rika's in the game, bro? It looks like Rika, at least. That sounds like a fucking Steins Gate OP1 or some shit. This sounds so much like the singer of the first Steins Gate opening, I don't know why. Hey, it's Gallop the goat. No, Angie. I'm looking, I lied. I don't like that they're showing Natsui so much. Although Natsui was one of the two people, I guess, that could have been my... Please don't tell me I narrowed in on the wrong member. Oh, hello, long hair, hello. Get it? Because we're shattering the fucking bubble, the time loop bubble. I don't think that one was too bad in terms of, like, spoil shit, although I'm a bit scared why Natsui showed up as much as she did. Although I guess it would make sense why in this one they wouldn't want to have it be, like, any bit spoiler tangential. Because it would be kind of pointless to play the game at that point. What? Oh. I was like, don't you tell me that was the end of the episode. It's Natsui, please open up. Natsui yelled as she knocked loudly and repeatedly. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet venomous odor flowed out. Is this going to be the POV from the first episode, or are we still in the 5th game? Because I did have that question. The opening you can't see until episode 7 is the one in the menu when you don't... Okay, so I will make sure to skip or not do that. As the door opened up heavily... So I wonder if this is going to be just the POV of the 5th episode and we actually are going to play through up into the events of why they're saying that Natsui... The thing is, though, this feels so much like episode 5, or chapter 5 rather, of Higurashi. So I'm not sure if I'm buying into this, but it's very... Again, it's one of those things with, It's similar to... I said this with Ava. The fact that they showed her so fast in episode 3 just makes me think that it's not her at all. Because there's no way they would reveal her like that if that was it. Fuck, man. Did I throw? Did I butt fumble? Did I fucking pass on second down on the 1 yard line? We'll see. As the door opened, a heavily sweet venomous odor flowed out. Natsui was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsui flew into his arms. His father, is he? Calm yourself. Okay, so we're getting the backstory of Kinzo. Okay. Backstory of Kinzo dying. We can see how early it was prior to the game. Man, they're really just fucking letting their nuts hang instantly, man. They're getting into it. Calm yourself, Dr. Nanjo is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, Natsui went towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. I want to say, too, I think I said it. Natsui, this is my goat, okay? Nanjo actually might go, but Natsui, she's in the top 5, okay? And you know what? My heart wants to like her the most, so I hope we get some more Natsui content, because after episode 1, she kind of just died or disappeared every time. Actually, no, she just died in the first Twilight every single time otherwise. With an uncertain gait, Natsui went towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. We can see his decrepit, like, fucking decayed body. Okay, I don't know if I made a big enough fuss about this, too, during the theory stream, because I was kind of getting delirious towards the end. I need explanations for, and I'm sure we'll get it here, as to why Natsui, Kraus, not so much Kraus, Natsui, Nanjo, why those two in particular would talk about meeting with Kinzo despite him being dead. And this more and more does make me think that there is like a little bit of guilt on the part of Kraus and Natsui, but not so much in the sense of like the Beatrice guilt, but in the sense of like the inheritance ploy, you know? So there is something to be said about that. One sec, I'm gonna reply my girlfriend real quick and we will continue. Also, why do I have a random ass number messaging me? Got a minute for a quick conversation? Hell the fuck no, I don't. Fuck you. There was a dignified bed fitting for the head of the Ushirimiya family. Oh, sorry, there. A dignified bed fitting for the head of the Ushirimiya family could be seen along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Okay, so this is also interesting. Kraus plus Natsuhi plus all the servants. I need to make sure. Did it say Goda? All the servants, save Goda. Maybe Shannon, I know Shannon and Thing, but there's no way they don't know. Sorry, I'm just typing notes here if you wanna, that's what I'm typing. Dr. Nanjo, his father... After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down sleeping. He died peacefully. I don't think Kinzo had any regrets. Father. Why is she the only one that's torn up about it? Sobbing, Natsui put her head against the chest of the man who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never awaken. Madam, please stay strong. Father, this is just too sudden. Natsui couldn't stop her tears over the death of Kinzo, whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsui's back, consoling her. Kraus slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersing himself in memories of his departed father, or perhaps he thought that by sitting there... excuse me. He might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which had eluded him to the end of his father's life. Nanjo turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. It was the same thing he'd often done when Kinzo sat in that chair contemplating a chess move. If he was to die anyway, it would have been better if he was sick in bed for a year or so before dying. I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangements could have been made. It's the other way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end. That will have to be my public stance, yes. Nanjo understood that as well. This was the death of Ushirimiya Kinzo, a man who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war world of business. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale, and it would also be the ceremony marking Kraus's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear that the Ushirimiya family would still hold enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Kraus, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Ushirimiya family head, a time in which Kinzo had been lost and confused. Nanjo could remember that well, and for that reason he was able to understand Kraus's distress and sympathize with it well. I added a well there, because maybe he did sympathize with it well, that's my goat. Natsui's sobs eventually subsided. Seeing this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsui as a fellow woman, Genji returned to Kraus. And he lowered his head slightly, as though asking what should be done. Genji and I will deal with the formalities. Kraus, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. Kraus, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Kraus really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them. Okay, this is also really fucking interesting now, too. Is that if this is true, the problem is my theory was hinged on the fact that Kraus couldn't be operating under, like, the name Kinzo if that was even a real thing, which I think is almost sort of a bullshit theory, but if we pretend that it was real, if we say that that was real, then the only question would be, how the fuck did the ring get turned over to Beatrice? Because I was assuming that maybe he had lived and then... The only way that all of this still works is maybe, very maybe, especially because they're talking about it dying suddenly, perhaps this is literally the morning of when the family is going to arrive, and then still everything could kind of make sense, maybe still, potentially, probably not, but maybe. Also, it would still make sense that if Jessica was still around, because she still lives on the island, she could still get a hold of the ring if she was the one that I view as Beatrice, but we'll see. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Kraus really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them. Leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me. Kraus, I suggest that you first speak with Madam. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsui came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on the two of them even better than Kraus did. As of now, you are the head of the glorious Ushirimiya family. Let us show our relatives and the world that you have splendidly succeeded. Your father. I was like, that didn't make any sense. As your wife, I'm prepared to serve you until the day our coffins are laid down alongside each other. Aww. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsui lent him some reassuring words. Fuck, this might just fucking blow up so much my theories. When Kraus finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. Please stay strong. There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves to everything Father has left behind. We must fight to protect Father's honor and wealth, because this is the interesting thing. If we pretend that Kraus was operating in Kinzo's stead, could be a conspiracy between the three of them. It could be a conspiracy between Jessica, Kraus, and Natsui. But then, like, why would they... I don't know. Again, I'm sorry, the gears in my head are turning, so I'm trying to also voice, like, what I'm thinking. But every time I voice what I'm thinking, it goes on, like, another branch, and then I'm like, okay, man, we're an hour and a half into the stream, and I've read probably about fucking 40 lines of dialogue. Gotta get going. Please stay strong. There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves do everything Father has left behind. We must fight to protect Father's honor and wealth. So I think the really important thing about this right now, too, is finding out at what time this is taking place at. So finding out, like... how do I word this? I think it's going to be important to find out when Kinzo died. Because if this is, like, a long time before... I think it implicates more of Natsui and Kraus as potentially being in, like, conspiracy if if my whole theory about Jessica is right. However, if this is right before, like I said, like a day before, or like, because the best question would be, right, there's a big question on my mind right now, which is, if Kraus and Natsuhi and Nanjo and all these other people, but we can throw the servants away, we can throw Nanjo and all of them away, because maybe they would not speak over the head of the family. The question becomes, for what reason would Natsuhi and Kraus hide the fact that Kinzo died? To what benefit would it be to them to hide it? The only thing that I can think is if it was a longer time ahead of when the game started, then it's maybe not the most surprising thing, because in that world we could say, like, oh, well, he died a long time before the start of the game. Natsui and Kraus and, the other people on the island, they had time to establish some kind of conspiracy that would serve Kraus and all of them. But then the other question would be, like, what conspiracy would there be to make? Kraus is already the head of the family. He doesn't need to do some fuckery to get control of the headship. He already has it, which is why I would more and more say that, like, that was kind of one of the things I was thinking in the theory stream. And again, I apologize for this. You can, skip ahead in the VOD or whatever if you're watching this afterwards. But this is one of the things I was wondering a little bit in the theory stream, is it doesn't really make sense to me why Kraus would ever, let's say Kraus was like the big mastermind behind everything. It doesn't really seem to make much sense why he would be behind it. Again, there's part of it that's like, maybe it's like a time-related thing, like, oh, he really wanted to get a hold of everything at that very given moment, like he needed it now. Okay, sure, that might be the only thing, but that's pretty weak reasoning. But like, in the context of everything else that has happened, Kraus is the one that benefits the least from the whole ritual killings, from the whole everything, because if Kinzo was dead before the start of the game, then Kraus already had the headship. He didn't have to do anything. There was nothing special that Kraus needed to do. There was no weird elaborate scheme that he had to do to claim the headship. If anything, Kraus is the only person in the entire game who is the most fucked by the epitaph and everything being put forward. He is the one who is at most to lose from what's going on. And so that's why I lean more towards looking at Natsuhi and looking more so at Jessica. And to circle back to what I was saying a little bit prior, it would make more sense if Kinzo died, like, let's say this is the day of, or, a day before, a few days before, and not like, weeks or maybe months before the family conference. Then you could sit there and you could say, well, if it happened like the day or two before, maybe they just didn't want to reveal the fact because the servants and everybody else, they're not going to be the ones that are willing to, they're not going to speak above the family. If the current family head says for whatever reason they're going to conceal the former family head's death for, some indeterminate amount of time, it's sort of not their place to make a claim and say like, oh yeah, for sure, we're gonna, it's like, you don't really get to do that. So then I think the more interesting thing, which I know I'm stalling very hard, but the question is like, if we find out this is way before, it implicates more of, I would say more of Natsuhi than anything. If it's right before, there may be some reason why they wanted to keep it hidden until after the family conference. Maybe they wanted to announce, at some point, indeterminate prior to the next family conference that would happen, that they didn't want, the death of the father to, like, ruin the conference and muddy everything up. But that also seems kind of like a weak excuse. Regardless. We will continue. Please stay strong. There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves to everything Father has left behind. We must fight to protect Father's honor and wealth. That is the first responsibility of the Ushirimi ahead. I understand. I do understand. Dr. Nanjo, Genji, please take care of the legal... And this is the other interesting thing too, right? Is that when she says this, when she says take care of the legal and funeral arrangements, we're not living in like the 1700s, right? If it was like the 1700s, it's like, okay, there's no like government body, there's no like verification. I kind of just got to take your word if you say like, oh, my dad died. It's like, well, what's your proof? Well, he's dead. But now, like, when somebody dies, you have like a burden to the state to say that somebody died, to get like a death certificate, to have all these things. And with the level of influence, and I know the family is very big, but with the level of like, ability that all the siblings have to look into things, for the very fact that at the start of the first chapter and everything, they had that huge scheme that they had devised together because they had looked into Kraus's financial shit. Like, if they were able to dig so much into the business world, you think it wouldn't have been easy for them to take like 10 seconds and find out if there was a death certificate or, about a funeral arrangement? Like, these things would not be hidden. So again, if this is way far in the past, or I shouldn't say way far, but if it's like a reasonable time in the past, we get to a more and more damning conclusion. And again, this is also another weird thing that I have to say. This doesn't necessarily mean that these people are Beatrice, it just means that for some reason, which we currently do not know, they felt the need to conceal him dying. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that they're Beatrice. In fact, I would say it's probably more that they had like some other conniving plan that was going on, but they had some reason to deny it. And furthermore, they had some reason as well that they did not submit the proper legal means. And that's where it starts to get interesting, right? Because right now it seems like Natsui and all them, they're okay with, moving forward with legally declaring him as dead, etc. But if you were Beatrice, you wouldn't want that, because Kinzo being dead and people not knowing that he's dead is in service to your game. So I think it's going to be a very important plot point to find out if for whatever reason we find out that this was in a time relatively, like a good amount of time before the start of the game, and it wasn't like, you know, the day of or whatever. If it was like the day of, it would kind of make sense, right? Like you probably just haven't gone back to the island or back to the mainland, you haven't filed all the paperwork, whatever it might be, you know, these things take some time. But if it happened a few weeks prior, a month prior, whatever it might be, then you wonder what person was responsible for those documents not being put forward. The other thing that I didn't really mention a lot in the theory stream, so I guess the start of this stream is going to be like the theory stream light, is I didn't really get into it much, but there has to be some significance to to sending the letters to everybody, and also like the 100 million yen. Like, don't get me wrong, like 100 million yen is a lot. And I don't remember, they said at some point like, oh, that's the amount of yen that somebody would get for like a life. So I wonder, I don't remember what the figure they said was, but let's assume that it matched just for the sake of my argument. Let's say that they were paying out the cost of that person's life, because that's like the amount of salary they said that like a person with a good salary would make over the course of their life. The question would be like, what person would feel responsible such that they would pay out the surviving members of the family the cost of the lives that they had taken? And there has to be some significance to the locations that the letters were postmarked to. Because as far as we can tell, those people didn't live in those addresses, right? They had fake addresses that they were sent to, and the letters were forged as though they were sent from the people who were really the ones that were the target of the receiving of the letters. So the letters would purposely be sent to a false location, that the mail system would verify this isn't a real address, and they would return it back to the sender. The same way that if you try to send something past customs, and obviously if it's not criminal for whatever reason, sometimes if you send something and it doesn't pass customs will send the package back to you so that you can make it compliant or whatnot. The interesting thing is, though, is that whoever the killer is was definitely trying to send a message. There is some significance to the location, and the fact that we didn't find out what the location was that was on Angie's letter because she didn't remember what it was, threw it out, or whatever it might have been. What I had initially posited is that might be responsible for, like, informing the people that were outside of the island the location of whatever the key to unlock the epitaph is. Because the very fact that she said Hokkaido was the one letter, or she shouldn't say she, the fact that we found out that the one letter was in Hokkaido that was sent to Nanjo, and the other was sent to some island that was on, like, the westernmost tip of Japan, it seems very weird that you would have two that were so far apart from each other, and it makes me wonder if you had the third one, that like maybe the center of that triangle would be the location of the place that was important, you know? Because these places aren't chosen at random. There is some significance to these places, we just don't know what they are yet. All that aside, apologies for the yapping. All this to be said, I want to know when Kinzo died. I want to know when he died, how long it was prior to the family conference. I want to know the reasons for why, if for whatever reason, why a bunch of these characters pretended as though Kinzo was still alive. And if they pretended that he was still alive, I want to know if this was very far ahead of it. I want to know who was the one that was very particular about the legal and funeral arrangements not being officially done. Because that's going to be a very important thing, and this doesn't necessarily mean Beatrice, but it means to uncover that there is some more conspiracy going on the island. Ugh. Okay. Let's continue. Dr. Nanjo and Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral arrangements, especially you, Genji. I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be a fitting one for Father. Certainly. And Dr. Nanjo, Father didn't pass away in a hospital, so yes, an autopsy might indeed be required depending on the circumstances. Is there anything you might be able to do about it? Even though he has passed away, Father's body is precious. Any damage to it would not be acceptable. I understand how you feel, however, it is important to follow proper procedure when things like this, or where things like this are concerned. And, I don't really know how to say this. I fear that several of your relatives might be difficult. There was no way to know that those inheritance vultures might try to find fault with. Or, I think I read that line wrong. There was no way to know what those inheritance vultures might try to find fault with. They might squawk that there was something suspicious about the cause of death and use that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, not only was it important to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but there was also a need to focus on solidifying the position of the new family head, Kraus. I understand. In that case, please keep it to an absolute minimum, and whatever you do, please make absolutely sure that Father's dignity remains unharmed. That I can assure you. Please don't worry. In any event, leave Kinzo to us and stay by Kraus's side. Things are only going to get tougher for him. I understand. And you too, dear, please stay strong. Kraus was still staring lazily at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. Natsui understood the shock and heavy responsibility. She felt that she understood her husband's feelings as well as anyone possibly could. I will contact the relatives. Please rest for the time being. Kraus didn't respond. Natsui thought that he was being a little bit weak, but that just made it all the more important for her to support him right now. Seeing her husband like this actually stirred Natsui up, and a resolute expression rose to her face. Things are going to get busy. Let's get started with whatever we can do right now. I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father. We should step out for the time being. Yes, I think that would be best. After all, I expect this will be the only time he'll have. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. I mean, honestly, bro, Kenzo seemed like a total fucking douchebag. I wouldn't cry any tears for this guy. Rest in piss, bozo. But, you know, it is what it is. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even then, Kraus continued to lazily gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsui urged the servants to go. I'll go talk to Jessica too. She is the successor to the head now. I'll have to impress upon her that she needs to be appropriately aware of it. Wait. Uh-oh, here we go. Kraus, we're gonna find out exactly what I wanted to know. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking. Yes. Wait. Yes. Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he had once again told her to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsui understood that he had probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. The rest of you downstairs, I will stay with my husband. Please call us on the phone if anything happens. Okay, this is very interesting. We're getting the start of our conspiracy here. And now that I think about it, episode 1, Magic of Miracles, this is not going to show the deaths. Who was it that died? It was Jessica. See, this is crazy though. If it was them killing your own daughter? Maria, Rosa, Hideyoshi, Genji. But Kraus is still alive in that resort. Why were they betting it on Natsui? Sorry. Certainly. I said, wait! When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsui ran up to him. What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me. No, that's not it. Wait a second, give me some time. Yeah, he wasn't saying wait like wait. He was going like, wait, like that kind of. Yes, I understand. It's important to have time to sort things out inside your heart. We were just going to leave quietly to give you the time you need. And I'm telling you to wait before doing that. Listen, just no one move. Not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. So stay quiet and shut up in silence. Don't do anything. Just stay right there. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsui couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, which made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsui told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit in a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice. If you order it, I will wait however long you ask. I won't move, so please try and calm yourself. No, that's not it. Was it really his father's blood, or was he actually being possessed? Kraus's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsui felt with even greater certainty that Kraus was indeed Kinzo's son, and that he was the true successor to the head, more suitable than any other person. Natsui, over here. Kraus stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsui realized that he must have something secret that he wanted to talk about. Yes, dear? What is it? Dad dying. Would be bad. Okay. Finally have my answer. Seems to be the first one to bring up the idea of covering up Kinzo's death. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean it means a lot, but we need to know why. Would be, but he's already passed away. We can't change reality. That's not it. Now is a bad time. What do you mean? I've been putting Dad's fortune up as collateral. Once the issue of dividing the inheritance comes up, I won't be able to hide it. Okay, so we already knew this from very early on, so I don't think there's much to say, but... What? Collateral, you say? How much? You remember how I helped out Kondo with Melodyland? Didn't I tell you to break ties with that person? You told me you'd refused him. Why? There is such a thing as a man's honor. I couldn't refuse. Kraus claimed to hold honor as a virtue, however Natsui knew that he most often used this as an excuse after he couldn't bring himself to pass up a deal. That wouldn't be a problem if we had plenty of money on hand, but didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort? Yeah, I did, and there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way. If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. You need money to repay people. You need money to make money. You can't even get started without money, and even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company. I had the cooperation of government officials. I even had the governor's personal guarantee that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. The groundwork I laid was completely perfect. Random chance and bad timing were against me. It was just a bit of bad luck, like a traffic accident. That was no accident. It was fraud. You were tricked. They were never drawing up plans for making this island a resort in the first place. Okay, so this is interesting. So I'm gonna put this in the notes. We get some validity. I'll put this to... Sorry, I have new switches in my keyboard, and they're like way lighter than I'm used to, and I'm typing like fucking crazy. We get some validity to the idea that Kraus was trying to turn the island into a resort. He seems to have been fucked around on one way or another by people, and as initially thought early on, he had put up Kinzo's fortune as a collateral to make more money. Here, I'm also going to put, it's also evident from this conversation about Kraus making some deals that Natsuhi told him not to, that he is willing and able to keep secrets from even her. That's not true. Hijikata's vision was simply overflowing with foresight. The way his eyes always focused on the whole world and the future taught me that things I always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. You heard him say that too, didn't you? Yes, I did, and I think I remember telling you what I thought after we returned home. I said he was suspicious, that he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground, and that you must not have any further relations with him. Hijikata is a wonderful, pleasant young man. One could learn a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. I wouldn't have you insulting him. That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing? You kept saying it was visionary, that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations, and what was the result? Eventually, even you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense. I was sure something was wrong from the moment that strange man showed up claiming to be a high-ranking... Okay, so this is interesting. It seems like he's just being straight up scammed. Seems like Kraus was not just fucked around on, but was literally being scammed out of his fortune by people who had no intention of ever helping him / the island. Okay. The only issue was that foreigner who was an international swindler, Mr. Sonozaki. That's very similar to Sonozaki. And I were both victims of that incident. Even now, his vision isn't mistaken. There will definitely come a time when space tourism will become a popular indulgence for the world's richest. And the very first enterprises in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. Also probably still true. That viewpoint is not mistaken. There's simply a group of international swindlers who are trying to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world. And I'm trying to tell you that this Sonozaki man was one of them too. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always just accept these suspicious offers without any doubts? Take that back. Mr. Sonozaki is a man with a brilliant future. Okay, so this is also... All this proves to me is that Kraus is 100% not the culprit, by the way. Kraus is far too trusting of people who... I'll just say far too trusting of people. We'll leave it at that. Take that back. Mr. Sonozaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. There's nothing suspicious about him. Because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future, they sound crazy to people who can't look that far ahead. A woman like you can't see into the future. Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future, but I can see the present. Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trusts them implicitly even after he's been tricked. Oh, shut up. You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Don't try to butt in on the job of the husband. All the wife needs to do is the housework. You keep quiet. So I think we're finally getting a little bit of a insight to the marriage as well. I'll pop up the notes. Okay, I'm not gonna 100% say that like they're not necessarily on the same side, but I think it is pretty interesting that they're butting heads this fucking hard. With another word, Natsui fell silent just as Kraus wanted. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus had always been a friend of Kinzo since the days of his youth, and had come to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. Yeah, he said that he would trade 2 gold coins for 1, yeah. I think I put that on the notes initially, which it does show that Kraus... It's not even that Kraus is bad at business, man. He's just, or I guess investments is a better way to put it. It's almost that he's just, like, very gullible. I guess, to be fair, investing in a scammer would be a bad investment. All I'm saying is that this is just proving more and more. We were talking during the theory stream about if Kraus actually had the ability to be like, and again, this is the problem, is like, is this actually a bait? Is this all made me to think that Kraus is incompetent and he's actually not? Because it doesn't seem like Kraus is like, maybe this is just like his blind spot. I don't know. I just don't think that Kraus could be behind all this. I think he is too... I don't want to say captured, but... To what degree could he have been responsible? Ugh. I don't know. I don't know with Kraus, but without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushirimiya family's long history. His talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. Okay, so that's a little bit of a backhanded, not even backhanded, just like a direct dig at Kraus. Natsui instructed the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and dismissed everyone for the time being to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. Okay, so this is interesting. So it was Natsui that gave the order, though. Okay. Jessica... Oh, this is Natsui's room. I thought it was Jessica's room. My bad. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. Excuse me. There were things that Natsui hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsui had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had been remiss in her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsui. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsui noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. And when she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time, the sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. Okay, so damn. Even the mansion and property are collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would have resulted in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would have been a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as a collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kraus couldn't afford for Kinzo, Ava, and the others to learn of such a thing. Therefore, he'd been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. What, an IOU? The fuck? Like, I signed over the deeds and power. Oh my. Because that way. Oh my. Bro, he is so dumb. There is no way he's behind this. If Kraus is behind this, this game is getting a bad review from me. Because you can't tell me this guy is this incompetent and that he can also run a fucking murder mystery. So let's just put this here. I need to switch the springs in these switches, man. They're way too light. Yeah, you know, wait, what was my, let me go back to my notes. What was my suspicion list? Yeah, we had Goda at 17, Nanjo at 16, and we had, who was the last place? I had Battler. Okay, that's kind of a gimme, though. So get rid of Battler. Realistically, like, yeah, unironically, I think Kraus has like, shuttled down the list right now. Holy fuck, he is stupid. And what does that mean? What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to their assets. Oh my god, wait, this kind of makes sense now, though. Wait. Oh god, this doesn't look good for Natsui. This looks really bad for Natsui now. Actually, wait, the only thing is, though... Okay, maybe not. The only way that this doesn't make sense, though, is that if Kraus signed this out to an outside person... The other thing, too, is the epitaph. This is why I was saying it didn't make sense. The epitaph got put up 2 years prior. The only thing is, when is this? Is this 2 years prior? Because if so, I feel like this is just, like, dead to rights. Like, implicates these two. Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Thank you for showing up. Fuck, this is... Because if they signed over the assets or the right to attorney everything... The only thing is when they say deeds and power of attorney, that means to Kinzo's assets, but it depends if the gold is like a realized asset, if that makes sense. Because if the gold is not officially on the record... Because Kinzo... Because my thinking is, Kraus could not have used the gold as collateral. Or sorry, Kraus... I don't know if I said Kinzo or Kraus. Kraus could not have used the gold as a collateral because if the gold is not an asset that they physically have their hands on. Like, for instance, this would be like, let's say that we are all a part of some, like, you know, glorious family. And we say that, oh yeah, by the way, like, our grandfather, dude, he is in possession of, like, literally 12 tons of platinum. Like, he has so much of it, but you can't see it. And if you do want to see it, I'll show you 1 ingot of platinum. I promise you it's real. The thing is, like, while this may prove to everybody else on the island that they can believe in the legend, this doesn't really prove to anybody on the outside that it's real, besides the 1 bar that you've shown. So if they can't produce the gold, it doesn't really mean anything. This is just a legend. So then more and more now I'm thinking that it also kind of doesn't make sense that they would be behind it, because the thought process I had was that if Natsui and Kraus, maybe more so specifically Natsui, because I'm going to be honest, you know what, we're actually going to say this. Because realistically, Kraus ain't smart enough. If Natsui was behind the epitaph in some fashion, if this is 2 years prior to the event, because remember, that's what we know. We know that the epitaph, this was like one of the lines that was dropped very early in the game, that the epitaph got put up 2 years prior. But the only thing is, that doesn't really influence the people that were outside of the game at all. It doesn't mean anything, you know? Like, if you write a fucking stupid note and you say, like, you know, I signed over the power of attorney, I signed over the deeds to, like, some outside third party that we don't know exists, right? And we say, okay, wonderful, that all makes sense. That doesn't, the epitaph saying, like, oh yeah, by the way, whoever finds my gold, you get to be the new head, yay, yippee. It's like, well, the only way that that would make sense is if that epitaph was written by whoever the third party is that technically had, like, the rights to be able to pass it over to. So then the only other possibility then behind that is that if one of those people that the third party is actually one of the people on the island in disguise. But then the other question for that would be, why the fuck would that person ever run this? This is the other thing that I was wondering with Beatrice, is like, if Beatrice was somebody that needed the gold, that wanted the headship, you would never run the epitaph. It almost makes me think that the epitaph was not put up. But then the question is, like, why would Beatrice go along with it, whoever Beatrice is? Because even if you think about it, like, let's play devil's advocate for a second, and let's say that Natsuhi is Beatrice. Let's just go with that thinking, that line right now. Why the fuck? Like, first of all, it doesn't affect the fact that you aren't the third party that you sold off everything to, so that's out of the question. And then furthermore, if you had the gold, it doesn't change any difference about you writing a thing. Yeah, dude, Kraus was actually a Dogecoin investor, like, unironically. He literally got caught bag holding. But the confusing part about this is if you think that Natsuhi is Beatrice and you want to go through the whole thing, it's like, okay, so I'm Natsuhi, and I want to be able to reclaim the title of the head. Well, one, it's not really your ability to get back the title of the head, because if you signed away the deeds, that's all legal shit that you have no control over. You could buy it back if you had the money as the gold, but then why the fuck would you need to write something that says you become the head? You would just have to buy it back whenever you find the gold. There's not really a logic to why you would, like, if we think about it, why would you put up the epitaph if you were Natsui, if you are Kraus? The only way that you could do it is that you want somebody to find the gold for you first, and then maybe you, like, think that you can, like, kill them off or whack them off or something. Because realistically, in this scenario, some third party has control of the deeds. They have control to the deeds of they have the deeds, they have the power of attorney, they have everything. They have all the inheritance rights. It's not even owned within the family. So there's no statement that you can make that says, like, oh, by the way, if you find the gold, you become the owner of everything. Well, that doesn't really mean anything, because you don't. Because there's also a weird world. This would never happen, of course, but... And I'm also wasting too much time on a stupid theory that will be bunked in, like, 4 sentences when I press space, but this is the fun of this, okay? Is that if somebody found all the gold, and... Let's say we go through a weird thing like Ava in part 3, right? What would happen is the person that finds the gold could just go to the person that has the deeds and say, okay, I'll sell you, you know, whatever amount of gold that you think is valuable. But what happens if the other person's like, no, fuck you, like, I'm not selling the land? The other thing, too, is the gold is on the land. How could you make a claim to the gold that exists on the land that you bought the rights to? I assume they also have, when they say the deeds, that wouldn't just be, like, the deed to the mansion. It's probably also ownership of the island. Like, there's just, like, so much levels of horse shit that it's like a layer cake. Persona 5 reference. It's like a layer cake of bullshit. I still don't know. I'm gonna put this in the notes right now. Well, 2 things. One, again, when is this all happening? Part 2 of this is... Jesus, I can't type with these new switches. Is... Who wrote the epitaph? And for what reason? Because it just doesn't make sense right now to me, even if these two are behind it. Even if this is a way, because if you think about it from their perspective, it's like, oh, this is a way for us to get back, you know? This is a way for us to reclaim what we want. But you don't need the whole bullshit about, like, oh, they become the next head, they become, like, all that's, like, you get all the assets, you get, it's like, okay, well, you don't technically get all the assets. What if the person that you went to said, no, I'm not selling it, maybe I just really like the island, there's no price I'm willing to part with it for? It's like, okay, well, the epitaph's kind of bullshit. To me, it would seem to make sense that Natsui and Kraus were behind the epitaph if it was 2 years prior. But why invoke Beatrice, number one? Is it because everybody knew that Father was already obsessed with Beatrice, that it was something that could seem plausible? But even if all of that, like I said, like, it doesn't really... If you find the gold, you don't... I don't know. There's something that's not... Let me go all the way up. Like, we're going to go all the way up to the witch's epitaph here in the notes. Where is it? It's actually not this. It's not the epitaph. It's the note that, that Beatrice gives. Beatrice, in her letter given to Maria, says that all the gold given to Kinzo is to be given back upon the termination, as well as all the Ushimiya family, as well as all, this should be all that the family owns, but I'm not going to correct it. Described as interest, I'm assuming it means made off the gold, could also literally be interest. Because the interesting part about that, interest, good meme there. I don't know. I'm like kind of spinning my wheels. I wish, do I have access to the tips? Can I see the, nope, there's no tips right now. Because like the current thing in my head is it seems like Kraus and Natsui would be the ones that would be behind putting the epitaph up and the portrait. But like I said, it just feels like that also, that's like it's like you're on like in the open sea or something, and like we're like sailors, like Sea of Thieves type shit. And for whatever reason you get like a fucking cannonball shot through your ship hull, and you go and you put like a band-aid over it. It's like, well, I guess you did something, but that's not really addressing the problem at all. I just don't see how you saying like, oh, if you find the gold, like you get everything. It's like, well, that's not even really in your possession to give, so I don't get it. Again, unless the third party is one of the people on the island, but then we got a whole nother thing. It's probably not one of the siblings. And then the better question is, who the fuck could it be? Because all the siblings are apparently like in desperate need of money. I don't fucking know. We'll continue. If those assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would have had some options under the law. He would have had to deal with a bank, which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would have been able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. I also probably should have let this so that we could find out. In short, even the mansion they were living in was at risk. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right at this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using the house as collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling it to borrow money. In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushirmiya family as they please. So again, this would also make sense. Like, this is basically what I'm taking from it, that whoever the third party is that now controls the deeds and anything, you know, they can fuck you over at any point. So you need the gold to be able to buy back. But again, what purpose would you have to put up the epitaph? It's like you want other people to find it. Maybe that makes sense why. It does sort of make sense why the person would say like, oh, like complete the epitaph, complete the epitaph, complete the epitaph. Because they want someone. Then it, oh, dude, sorry. My brain is like running like a million miles a second about like what's happening in this. Because now it seems more and more like the letters in the early games make sense that whoever it was that's behind it was actually doing this because they wanted somebody else to find the gold, because whoever the person that had it didn't know where the gold was. But that also is sort of counterintuitive, because how the fuck could they write an epitaph pointing to the location of the gold if they didn't know where the gold was? And you need the gold right now to be able to, which again tells me more so that whoever was sending those letters in the first episode was not the person who was sending the letters in the first episode was not the person who's in possession of the gold or who knows where the gold is. Which then would also implicate, because if we imagine back to that first episode, right, and we think that it was Natsui, or we think that it was one of the siblings who, for whatever reason, has a vested interest in finding where the gold is, it would make sense that that was them that was sending the letters. It also would make sense in the first episode when Natsui was talking about, what was my prediction again at the end of the first episode? I know we said that we thought it was Natsui, I think. Let me go back up and read it. Because now more and more I'm thinking that episode 1 is true, that it was, I think I had said that it was Jessica, but I'm starting to think more and more. Let me see, I'll read this. So I guess spoilers if you haven't seen the question arcs, but then it's like, what the fuck you here for? So you know what? Fuck you, okay? That's your problem. The killings of the chapter were likely done by some combination of Kraus. Okay, this is true. I agree with former Connor. True. Given the explanation from the clause of Natsui's door, the knowledge of the scorpion charm, it heavily implicates Jessica and Natsui. Also true. Not maybe for the same reason I said. They're also the only family that lives on the island, so they would be familiar with the servant orders and location of the individual keys for things like the storehouse. True. Kraus switched the shifts of the servants, save Goda to all be in the guest house. Goda is the only servant who was hired by Kraus Natsui, so he would be more loyal to them, could potentially aid them in committing a crime. Kraus could have killed Ava and Hideyoshi. Recall, he and Ava fucking hate each other. If he wasn't actually dead, and he would know the location of the bolt cutters, have some way to get into the room because of knowing the layout. Whoever killed Genshi Naja was very likely the same person who killed Natsui at the end. I think the only person capable of doing this is Kraus, plus he's sort of a douchebag Natsui. True, even more, including this episode. With this theory of Beatrice only guaranteeing unidentified corpses and not identified corpses, the killer at the end could have only been Shannon or Krause. Potentially Natsui tried to kill Krause in the first Twilight. Let's assume Natsui is the culprit to that point. True. And Krause exacts revenge on Ava for their old blood feud and later kills his own wife after her failed attempt to kill him. The person goes and kills the other servants. They wouldn't fight back anyways against Nushirmia. True, dude, I was fucking spitting. Might also make sense why she was unable to kill whoever it was that she saw. She thought they were already dead, Krause, and got cold feet. She also might not be able to kill her husband. Prediction Natsui said Jessica was the killer in the first Twilight. Krause is the killer after that point. Okay, I think this generally still follows. I think I still kind of believe this. I think that it makes sense that Natsui probably was the killer more so now, just with a little bit of info, because I'm thinking that all those times when, because you remember with Natsui, it was like, oh my god, like the letter popped up, oh my god, like it couldn't have been me, it couldn't have been Battler, it couldn't have been Jessica. Also, I mean, it's her own daughter, so of course she's gonna be a little bit more partial to Jessica, but Natsui could have been the one that placed the letters, right? Because she was always saying like, it surely wasn't me. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, we had nobody to vet your claim. You're the one making the claim. And she made the claim over and over and over again about the letters being placed and about how it couldn't have been her and how it had to be somebody in the room and blah, blah, blah. I do still think the Krause thing is probably true. I would imagine that maybe Natsui became disillusioned with Krause at some point. But I guess the discrepancy in my head that I'm thinking of right now in episode 1 is that I think I had assumed all along. Fuck, see, this is really weird though, because there's like a problem that doesn't make sense here. Is that the person that was sending the letters, right? The person that was sending the letters was sealing them with the Ushirimiya stamp on the ring, right? With the sealing wax. So then the only other thing would be, I guess it could have been Krause and Natsuhi. Fuck, dude, this is like, my brain is almost breaking. I feel like I'm in the theory stream all over again. Because what I'm thinking here, sorry, I'm sorry if I'm not verbalizing this correctly, but I think that the person that was giving the letters in the episodes, specifically in any of the letters where they were saying like, please, solve the epitaph, solve the epitaph, solve the epitaph, I don't think that person was Beatrice. And the reason why I say that is that at least whoever wrote the letter, Beatrice maybe for some reason sent the letters. Again, I still to this day do not understand why Beatrice would want somebody to find the gold, because that would mean, I understand this like the whole magic meme about like, oh, you need to have risk so that, but if you think about it in the real world from like a real perspective, the only thing that you would think why Beatrice would send that is because she wants to create that image of magic and assumes that it's impossible for anybody to actually solve it. That's the only other thing that it could be. But if you think about it from like a who benefits perspective, if you think like who would benefit the most from the gold being found, well, it probably would be Krause, or it would be whoever this person wants, because they would have to be able to get the gold to buy it back. So I could almost understand if through the whole episode, Natsui was the one that was like, had written the letters and was providing them and saying like, look, I need you to look for the gold. I need you to look for the gold. I need you to look for the gold, because she knows, her and Krause are the only two that know about the deeds being signed over and about the fact that they're probably going to have to buy it back. And they don't have money on hand because they already used the rest of his fortune and the mansion and the property and everything as collateral. So they don't have anything on hand that they can use to pay for it. So they need the gold to be able to buy back everything, because the gold is the only amount of fortune that's remaining. But again, then there's like some contradictory things. Again, like unless, because some of this is so weird, which is why I say like I feel like it has to be two people, because it almost doesn't make sense as like an individual person. Again, I apologize for like the long rants. I know this is probably, once again, skip ahead if you don't like it in the future. If you're watching this on the VOD, if you're in the stream, tough shit, okay, you're here. The reason why I'm saying it's like contradictory is there's just like a part that is incongruent with like why you would act in that way if you were in that situation. Like for instance, if you were Natsuhi and you really wanted to find the gold because you needed to buy back everything that, your dipshit husband had sold off. Well, the only reason why you would write the epitaph is because you want somebody else who maybe is like smarter than you, or maybe who is able, but then that also kind of implies that you didn't write the epitaph, because it's sort of contradictory. Why would you set up a whole game in order to find the gold if you didn't know where it was when the epitaph points to it? Because then that sort of implies that maybe Kinzo was the one. Think about it like this, right? Kiri at some point in episode 3, maybe this is like a mini continuation of the theory stream. Kiri points out at some point, I don't know if I'll pull it up. It's kind of a pain in the ass. She pulls up at some point that the epitaph is kind of split into 3 sections. Or I shouldn't say splitting. That's not really a word. It's split up into 3 sections. And I think more so what we could also view that as is that maybe the different parts of the epitaph were not written by the same people. So for instance, maybe Kinzo, when he wrote the epitaph, he just wrote the location to the gold. Let's imagine this, right? Let's say that Kinzo did write an epitaph, and it was to the location of the gold. Because you gotta remember too, like the Twilight, the ritual, all that shit, none of that really... Well, Ava solved it. Somebody solved it. She didn't solve it, she gave a hint. No, just for a second. What I mean more so is that it doesn't really have to do with Kiri or anything. It just means that Kiri maybe identified that it was split up into 3 sections. And even though she was splitting it up into 3 sections, I don't think the 3 sections were necessarily... I'm not implicating Kiri at all. I think what I mean is that you could say that there was different sections that were written by different people. So for instance, let's say right now, let's say this is 2 years ago, prior to the event of the game. Let's say this is, what, in 84 then, I guess. Let's say that Kinzo is dead. Natsui and Kraus have just, they've realized, fuck, we're in trouble. They go through, like, Kinzo's belongings. Maybe Kinzo did have a will, right? Because remember, Nanjo was pressuring Kinzo to write a will at the start of the game. Maybe he did write a will. He writes a will, and his will is just the epitaph, but it's not the ritual part. It's none of that. It's just the part that says to the location of the gold, because Kinzo knows where the gold is, we assume, because he put it up as collateral at some point in the past. So Kinzo knows where the gold is. Kinzo writes that part. Now, Natsui and Kraus have now inherited the... They've inherited all the headship and everything that goes along with it. But Kraus has fucked over the whole family because he's put up all the, like, the money and everything that the family has. So now they're bound in a weird way. And the problem is, it kind of makes sense now if you think that it was written by someone else, that the ritual parts were written by somebody that wasn't Kinzo. And then when the epitaph was put up 2 years prior, the epitaph and the portrait and everything were put up by Natsui and Kraus because Natsui and Kraus don't know where the gold is and they can't solve the epitaph. So they put up the epitaph in a way, and then the kill part is like an incentive for everybody else to try and solve it because it's their way. Maybe they never even wanted to kill anybody, right? But then that becomes a really weird question. They had to incentivize people in some way to be able to complete the epitaph, because why the fuck would you want to complete the epitaph? Like, if let's say that Natsui and Kraus approach you and they say, hey, we have this riddle and we want you to solve it so that we can get the fortune of the gold. Well, fuck you, bro. Like, you need to sweeten the deal somewhat so that the other people on the island will help you. So you put the epitaph up and say that, like, anybody who is willing to find the gold and help us will make you, like, part of the headship or, you know, whatever. Like, I think the rest of it might be a little bit of bullshit. But we also have to remember that those parts about passing over the headship and everything, that actually isn't included in the epitaph, regardless. My point being that the ritual part, they didn't know how to solve the epitaph. And then they were trying to find a way. Also, I'm going to move my my notes over a little bit, just so I notice that it's just too close to where chat is. So apologies for anybody who has an issue with it being off center. But now we're in like a very weird situation. So this is, I guess I'll go from the top down, that this maybe... There's a few things that like still don't make sense, and maybe this will come through, and I think you realizing it too, is that let's say that right now this is in 1984, this is 2 years prior to the start of the game, and this is when the epitaph and the portrait get put up, and these two are going to use Beatrice as an image, and they're going to use Beatrice as a way to try to incentivize other people to help them solve the riddle of the gold after Kinzo's death, because they need the money, they need the gold, because there is no other asset that they can put forward, because everything else has already been signed away. So they need to find the gold to be able to buy back the fortunes of the family. So they put forward this, they find this epitaph that Kinzo has given, and the epitaph that Kinzo has given points to the location of the gold, but they don't know where it is. So they put it up a few years prior, and they have a few family rituals so that people can try and find it. Then they also tag on, this is the only questionable part that I'm a little bit iffed on. The rest of it I feel pretty strong on. Then they tag on the other parts about the killing and the whatever, because it's a way to incentivize everybody else on the island once everything begins to actually solve the epitaph. And it makes sense why the killer would then provide letters and shit where they're constantly saying, like, Try and solve the epitaph. 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 Because in reality, whoever the person that's like the killer or the person that is sending the letters, again, I'm not even going to say that the killer is necessarily the same person that's sending the letters. I don't think that's necessarily true. In fact, I would almost wager it's more likely that they aren't the same person, but that they're sending letters along every single time because they want somebody else to solve it. Because if somebody can find the gold, then the whole problem of getting the Ushirimiya family ownership and everything is fixed. Now, this is where we run into like the bumps about this theory that don't really make sense. Is number one, if the killing and everything was only an incentive for people to solve the epitaph, why is it specifically that they put it up as long as they did before beginning the ritual? It seems like for whoever the person that is actually starting the killing is not the same person as the people who put up the epitaph, which I'm like almost convinced certainly that it's Krause and Natsui at this point, that they were the ones that put up the epitaph. Because Krause and Natsui are just putting it up because they want people to be able to find it. Now, the only thing is that you could say is that they can only keep Kinzo's death like faked for that long. Because again, let's imagine to this point that they've faked Kinzo's death for 2 years. If they've been faking Kinzo's death for 2 years, they need to be able to have a good fucking reason. And there's the siblings are going to start asking questions where they're like, hey man, dude, I'm getting more and more convinced of my fucking theory. I have to go back. Jessica said at some point in one of the past episodes where she said that, like, oh, like, you know, Battler, you haven't been around for a while, but Kinzo doesn't really come down anymore. He doesn't come down anymore because he's fucking dead. But they always say, like, oh, he's in a bad mood, he's in a bad mood. And that's why you always notice that whenever Krause is the one, Krause goes to the door with Nanjo. Nanjo knows, oh my god, it's all clicking now. Nanjo knows that Kinzo is dead. They're going to the door and they're putting on this whole show so that if anybody else is, like, spying on them or seeing what's going on, they can pretend that they're actually trying to get a hold of him. But in reality, they already know he's dead. They're just doing this on purpose. And that's why Krause comes back down and he goes, oh, father's in a bad mood. He's dead. Guy's been dead. But then we have a little bit of the parts that don't make sense, right? So number one, it seems like whoever Beatrice is or whoever the killer is knows where the gold is. This seems kind of true. It also comes from the fact that Beatrice, air quote, passes on her power to the person that finds the gold, which we saw with Ava in episode 3. However, the only thing that's a little bit odd about that is, one, if the person knew who the gold was, it's probably not Natsuhi and it's probably not Krause, because why the fuck would they... Like, again, this is the one thing that I pointed out earlier in this stream. Krause is the only person, he's the person who benefits the least from the epitaph existing in the sense of, like, the headship being passed off to somebody that's not in the line of succession. Krause is the one that benefits the least from it because he potentially loses his succession. Why the fuck would he ever want to support something like that? Which makes me think that the person who actually knows where the gold is and the person who wrote the epitaph, aka Krause and Natsui, are two separate people. Because a lot of the actions don't make any sense. So when you see some of the letters in episode 1 where it's like, you know, solve the epitaph, I think there's a lot of... I'm saying specifically in episode 1 because I remember it, although I know there was some in other episodes where the person was saying, like, solve the epitaph, solve the epitaph. If you were actually the person in control of the gold, why the fuck would you want other people to know where the gold is? Doesn't really make much sense. And if you were Natsui and Krause, why the fuck would you run the ritual if you wanted people to find the gold? And furthermore, the ritual part would just be there to incentivize people to try and solve what's going on when you find out about people dying. But then why would you actually follow through with it? That's the other part that starts to get really weird. Why would you follow through with the events of the ritual if you just wanted to get more heads against it? Again, the only thing that I can see is that you get into like a weird thing where you feel like your hands are tied because you can't cover up Kinzo's death long enough. Okay. So now, let me recenter. Let's go from the top. Try to make this, well, yeah, because Battler was never present before the 86 conference, right? He was gone for 6 years. And I think, I have it somewhere in my notes that that it was put up 2 years prior. 2 years. This is the other thing, too. The year before last, aka 2 years ago, keeps getting brought up. I know there was another spot. Epitaph written 2 years ago reading. Yeah, this was from the first episode. The epitaph was put up in 1984. Krause is 2 years. Okay, interesting. That's another 2 years. But so yeah, so we know that the year before last, Shannon has a Western name, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the year before last, 2 years, and then yeah, here. The epitaph was written 2 years ago, reading unknown because at this point they hadn't read the epitaph. This was in episode 1. So, from the top, this is the current theory. Let's write this down. Mini theory update. The non-ritual part of the epitaph was not written by Kinzo. Kinzo died in 83/84. Kraus and Natsuhi put up the portrait and the epitaph in an effort to find the gold so they could buy back the assets which had been sold off / put up as collateral in Kraus's failed business dealings. The only thing is, like, would they be willing to kill everybody else? I can almost understand killing, like, the siblings and stuff. Like, if you look at, like, the first Twilight, although Kraus does die in that, I can almost understand killing everybody and being like, oh, you know, like, fuck it. We want them out of the picture, because they would be the ones that would probably be, like, most, they would be the ones most tied to the succession. Or sorry, the non-original part was written by Kinzo. Kinzo died in 83 or 84. Kraus announced we put up the portrait in the epitaph in an effort to find the gold so they could buy back the assets that sold off, blah, blah, blah. In an effort to find the gold so they could buy back the assets which had been sold off / put up as collateral on Kraus's failed business dealings. Only thing that doesn't really aid in this theory: 1, why would Kraus and Natsuhi actually start killing people / add the killing part of the ritual if they only intended to incentivize everyone to find the gold for them? 2, why would they even offer up the ability to lose the headship / succession? They are the only people, I should say Kraus more so, who actively don't benefit from the epitaph's solution granting the title of the next headship. And then 3, how is it, because this is the thing, right? The thing that I'm trying to make, like, match in my head is, how does it make sense that whoever Beatrice was sending letters that were postmarked, or not postmarked, that were sealed with the head's ring? Because you would assume that, Kraus and Natsuhi are probably in possession of the head's ring. That's what you would probably think, right? You know, they have all Kinzo's possessions and everything that you would have had with him, sure, right? That makes sense. But it doesn't really... And then 3, like... The other thing, too, that you would have to think is, like... How does episode 2 fit into this equation if they were the ones who were behind everything? Episode 2 just feels really odd. They both died at the start of the episode. They were all dead. They were all confirmed dead in red. So again, this further provides the fact The only thing is, like, how would they be able, let's say, like, take episode 3, for example, right? How would it make sense? How would they be able to wiggle through? Like, would they be willing? For Natsuhi, I can understand. For Natsuhi in particular, I think I could see her saying, I am okay with somebody else on the island becoming the head of the Ushirimiya family, as long as that means that the Ushirimiya family continues to exist and gets to remain existing. Because I swear to God, it feels like Natsui cares more about Kinzo than literally anybody else in the game. Like, it's not even close. I could see her saying, like, look, I care about the family name so much, I'm okay if my husband isn't the one to get it. And again, like, I don't think she really, I don't know if she really, like, likes Kraus like that. I don't know, you know? But episode 2 is, like, another good example that it feels like it can't be, um, again, I'm just, like, super suspicious of Jessica, so I have, like, a very, discriminatory eye that's cast over her anytime that I can think of something. But to me, it just feels like the person that was writing the letters themselves, like the contents of the letters, may not have been written by Beatrice, but it feels like Beatrice and whoever put up the epitaph are not the same person. So we'll put this at the very end here. I don't think the person that wrote the epitaph, or at least the finding the gold part, um, um, because think about it, I don't know. The only thing that I'm wondering is like, would Kraus plus Natsui resort to killing people? Um, so this is my thought process: is like, would Kraus and Natsui resort to killing people if they thought it was going to be revealed that Kinzo was not alive anymore? Because that's like the biggest motive I can see why they would start killing people, and why in particular they would kill the other siblings, is that they would be the ones who would be most tied to succession. And if they found out that there was some fuckery that was going on, like what Ava had said, I think in the very first episode or very early on, that they would lawyer up and they would cut Kraus and Natsui out of the will. Jesus, these new fucking switches. So we know Ava plus the others are willing to lawyer up and cut Kraus out of the will should they find out what he was or should they find out that he was doing underhanded things with what was to be the siblings' inheritance. So we know this. So the only thing is, like, would they resort to killing people if it was going to be revealed that Kinzo wasn't alive anymore? If you follow this line of logic, yes, it would kind of make sense. But then the only thing is, if you buy all that, what happened in episode 2? Like, they both died. You know? What happened in episode 4? Natsui and them already died. This is why I would say that. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, I could buy that. I could buy that they would kill people if they were worried about the other siblings finding out that Kraus and Natsui had hidden Kinzo's death. But it doesn't make sense in episode 2 because they both die in the first murder, right? And we already know they were pure victims from the red statements, and we know that they were definitely dead, and we know that whoever the person was killed them inside the chapel. The only thing with that is that, like, this could give us explanations for, like, episode 1. Episode 1 is starting to make, like, kind of more sense, and I think it's basically what we had theorized, but, you know, maybe slightly different here or there. But sorry, I'm just typing. You know, I agree. I think this happens regardless of every, like, well, to be fair, all this happens before. This happens before, so of course it happened in every single episode. Mm-mm-mm. I also noticed that these new switches are quieter because they don't trigger my mic as much when I'm typing. Or maybe my mic is just in, like, a different position. Okay, sorry, that was a lot of writing. I'll read this. So, we'll go from up here. Mini theory update: the non-ritual part of the epitaph was written by Kenzo, the ritual parts were not. Kenzo died in 83 or 84. Kraus and Natsui put up the portrait and the epitaph 2 years prior to Battler arriving on the island in an effort to find the gold so they could buy back the assets, which Kraus had sold off / put up as a collateral in his failed business dealings. Only thing that doesn't really aid in this theory: 1, why would Kraus and Natsui actually start killing people / add the killing part of the ritual if they only intended to incentivize everyone to find the gold for them? 2, why would they even offer up the ability to lose the headship / succession? They are the only people, Kraus more so, who actively don't benefit from the epitaph solution granting the title of the next headship. 3, why is there a discrepancy in some of the letters which urge people to solve the epitaph and others which are just taunting / pushing the killings forward? For example, episode 2, how is it that Natsui and Kraus are the only ones, this is like theorizing. How is it that Kraus and Natsui are the only ones behind the letters when both of them died? Oops, I did not mean a period. And are confirmed to have been dead in the very first Twilight. I don't think the person that wrote the epitaph is Beatrice. I don't think it really serves them. Number 2, would Kraus and Natsui resort to killing people if they thought it was going to be revealed that Kinzo was not alive anymore and they had set up this elaborate ruse to find the gold on the island? And even if I answer yes, then what happened in episode 2? We know that Avos plus the others are willing to lawyer up and cut Kraus out of the will should they find out he was doing underhanded things with what was to be the siblings' inheritance, which they were right on this. Given the events of the chapters, I think that Natsui and Kraus are more responsible for things being set up. I should say. Did I put this anywhere? Prior to the murders starting. Than would have been thought. We'll remove the prior here. But I think that somebody else has hijacked the game in a way and is acting as Beatrice. I don't think it makes much sense if it's them. Big question, which we'll be able to answer a lot of what's going on, is who's in possession of Kinzo's ring at the time of the game starting. We know that Kinzo, obviously, is not literally throwing it out of the window at the start of the game to begin the ritual. Period. He's dead at the start of the game, which means whoever was in possession of the ring at that time is a very high suspicion. And it'll, period. I'm very bad with run-on sentences, okay? It will also be important to know if the ring was passed around at all after Kinzo's death, say like Kraus or Natsui had it, gave it to somebody to hold, it starts changing hands. Not throwing out the possibility that the ring was in a different person's possession at different times within the same episode, creating the image of one contiguous Beatrice, when in reality there are multiple people. However, I still think there's going to be one true Beatrice who is a puppet master of sorts looking at you, Jessica. Good Lord, after all that. And now we're going to say something, and they're going to say 2 lines, and you're going to say, Connor, why did you sit here like a fucking buffoon for an hour and put up this stupid crockpot theory and then find out, oh yeah, by the way, the whole theory's busted in half a second. And I'm going, oh, fuck. Okay. We did read this line already, but it's been a while, so I'll read it again. In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushirimiya family as they please. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim, we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? That is technically true. However, all the people I have arrangements with are very reputable. They aren't loan sharks. These are transactions based on trust between economically literate men. I trust them. And in turn, they trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment. I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my enterprises. What happens if I hesitate now? Wouldn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own ventures? If your ventures had been successful, we wouldn't have been in debt now, would we? Natsui only barely stopped herself from saying it. Father is dead. What happens next? Your debt will be exposed to the light of day, and your siblings will hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Why is that? It's better if you don't know. The point is, we can't allow anyone to find out about this. Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. It would come... Dude, I said this before multiple times. The author, whoever does the art, I don't even want to say the author, they love drawing light fixtures, man. This must be like their pastime. In Higurashi, and in this game, every time, man, it's a light fixture. If it would come to criminal charges, and he must have broken some laws, he had probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that he hadn't paid any heed to appearances. Kraus had seriously believed that his many projects would definitely succeed and return huge profits. So he had figured that even if he broke a few laws, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This might have lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred, and soon he wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden. What will happen to us? There is no need to worry. You may not believe, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now. The value of the city real estate I invested in is rising rapidly. I have a project in progress to consolidate those and construct a massive business tower. This is the most reliable of all my investments so far, and it's proving to be the most successful. However, it will take a little more time for it to bear fruit. It's absolutely certain to do so, but it will not happen immediately. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? Of course it will. You'll be able to write off all the debt I've accumulated so far, or I'll be able to. So believe me, I only need a little more time. This is like yes, I know that I'm $10,000 in debt, but trust me, if I just put 10,000 on red and I hit, baby, we'll be up 10,000. But Father has already passed away. We don't have that kind of time anymore. I know that. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off these debts right now. I need money. That's what it comes down to. Money. A lot of it. Right now. Ah! Kraus roared and clutched his head, writhing about as if in pain. As Natsui watched, several conflicting emotions swirled about in her chest. She felt pity for her husband, but at the same time she felt he was a fool. And she also felt a mixture of anger and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. It should have been clear to him well before today that they were in a very critical situation, and yet he had irresponsibly waited for this moment to come and was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. It was easy to feel frustrated with him. However, she was his wife. Natsu, you are too good for him, girl. You need to... I don't want to yas-light her, but man, you are better than him, girl. You gotta move on. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she was meant to do about this. If there was a massive amount of money like that within easy reach, there was no way that Kraus wouldn't have already laid his hands on it. It would be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on everything, but that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushirimiya Natsui, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, new head of the Ushirimiya family for as long as she lived. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable feelings of dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. That's right, Dad's hidden gold. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen. If I had that. That's right, if I had that, everything could be resolved. Natsui, that's it. The witch's epitaph. Okay, so pause. Theory already bunked? Because he's already talking about the epitaph. Let's solve that. Let's solve it together. Okay, well, theory already bunked. See, look, this is why you just keep playing. You don't stop for an hour and a half. Although I guess it doesn't totally... Okay, wait, no, this doesn't totally disagree with what I said. Because I just said that they were the one that advertised it. But potentially the epitaph may not be up at this point. Again, we still need to know when this happened. Because we do know when the portrait was put up. Yeah, I know, dude, it's like the classic thing. It's like, oh yeah, let's go, like, huge theory, boom, wrong. Okay, well... There's like a little bit of cope in my heart that is telling me that it could technically still be correct that if he's referencing the epitaph right now, that maybe the epitaph is not like full public knowledge yet. But that's like some pure copium to try and defend my thing. We'll see though. If we can just find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right, it must be hidden somewhere on this island. If we had that. You're hurting me. Dear, please let go of my arm. Oh, I thought she was gonna say, fuck, I was trying to get ahead of it. Please stop this. Kraus acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsui's upper arm tightly. Natsui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It wasn't just because she'd heard something as fake-sounding as a hidden gold brought up. Kraus usually disparaged the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all a fiction that his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Natsui was doubly taken aback because of this. I know. Let's have Jessica help us. I'm on you, bitch. I shouldn't say that. I take that back. I'm on you, girl. Let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe some things can only be solved with the sense of a child. This is a family crisis. All of us have to stick together. Yes, it's just a fanciful little puzzle that Dad created. We should be able to solve it. There's no way we can't solve it. It's the only way. Oh, Natsui, this is wonderful. We still have an option left, and right here next to us. Okay, I can see why this guy lost as much money as he did, man. This dude is, not very bright. The gold is on this island. If we had it, everything would be resolved. Whoa. Natsui, call Jessica here right away. Let's overcome this family crisis as a family. Yes, right now. Okay, look, I'm gonna do my little tiny critique. I do this every time. Whether this is the writer or the translators, you didn't need to put family twice here. You could just drop this family and it would make more sense. Let's overcome this crisis as a family. But it's, it's okay. Yes, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us. Natsui knocked Kraus aside. Unable to withstand the pain in the arm, he was twisting in his excitement. That I don't know. We know that he was in possession of one for sure by the time the first episode started. And it was what he was using as proof. I would wager the way he's talking that he probably doesn't have it yet. I would wager that he doesn't know yet, if I had to guess. Because I don't know why he would make that statement, I guess, but we'll see. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped pathetically onto the floor. Please get a hold of yourself, and please calm down. Do you really think that the Ushirimiya family crisis could be solved by saying something as dreamlike as that? Natsui. Well, this is the thing, right? I'm gonna invoke Higurashi here, and so, you know, I don't think this is really spoiler shit, but we know this is before the events of the episode. All of the stuff that is prior to the events of those 2 days, I would imagine is consistent from time to time. This that we're viewing right now, this is not a part of the game. This is a flashback. We're getting insight into a flashback here. This is going to remain consistent throughout all the episodes. Having the ingot, maybe, but we would imagine that he came into possession of the ingot prior to... It was in the 86 conference, but we imagine he came into possession of it prior to the conference, right? And if he came into possession of it prior to the conference, like, are we just going to say that he found the ingot on the day, the very first day of the conference? That seems a little bit odd. So I'd imagine that he was already in possession of it. Now, to be fair, at this time of this scene, he might not have possession of it yet, which is why I think he's talking the way he is. Because I'm pretty sure it was like I might be totally misremembering. I'm actually gonna go check on this because I wanna see. I'm relatively confident that it was a room that they like never opened, that he opened up, that Natsume was like not permitted to go into. Let me see here. I think it would have been in the second stream of the first thing, so let me see here. I know you guys can't see this, I'm just skimming through it real quick. Okay, so here's the gold ingot scene. No reason for you to... Okay, I'll show it now. Let me mute the game audio for you. Unmute desktop audio. Add display capture. Hide. Wait, why is that? Oh, there we go. Okay. I hear my roommates talking. I just want to make sure they're not trying to get a hold of me. Okay. They're not. Pull this here, and boom. Okay. I'm going to mute the game audio on my end, too. I should have just muted it for both of us, because this shit is loud right now. Motivations, unless they're really just like that impatient, but... What are you afraid of? Press remove the padlock on the door. I want to pull this back a little bit more. Because this is also going to give us some insight as well. This feels a little bit like cheating, going back now. We know a little bit about it. Okay, shut up, old me. Hurry up. Get to the fucking... We really know the, what I was saying earlier is that, with the line of succession, our current understanding is we think it would go Kinzo to Kraus, and then the question is, does it go familial by Kraus, or would it pass to the next kin in the line from Kinzo? The way that they keep talking about Jessica, it makes it seem like it would go Kinzo, Kraus, Jessica. Which, under this whole scheme, would make it seem like, why would Kraus ever want something like this, right? It wouldn't be Jessica, it wouldn't be Kraus. They would realistically get claim to the throne. But the better question is, if it works like that, that would give way more incentive to Rosa, Ava, and Rudolph to want the whole thing to be changed. Not so much Natsuki, so then that shifts the suspicion onto Rosa again. If I'm picking between Natsuki or Rosa, if it is again, you know, I don't want to go all there again, you know, if it's not a 19th person, it's only the 18th, we know. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Then the better question is, you know, if it goes, be timidly, let's continue. Knowing the motivations is probably not something I'm going to be able to divine from, you know, like 7-8 hours playing. But some of the things just don't necessarily make sense for certain characters' motivations, unless they're really just like that impatient. What are you afraid of? Press remove the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuki to enter. Enter. What is this? There's something I want to show you. I've never shown it to you before. And bro's keeping secrets from his wife, man. I know that we're talking about, you know, a different time. A little bit more that male chauvinist era, but still. Natsuki timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and closed the door before making any attempt to turn on the lights. The two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark. What are you doing? The lights. I'm turning it on now. Wait. True to his word, Kraus pushed the switch on the wall, and a flickering light turned on and lit up the room. But what chapter am I on? Chapter 8, okay. What is... Natsuki had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. This is like, it's Mario Party 8, the Boo's Mansion level, where it's just like one corridors that keep getting added. Okay, bro. I'm literally... I know I'm me, because I'm about to make the same reference. Only that table, as if it were the leading part in the play. Laid out on top of the table was a red tablecloth of elaborate design covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. Grown man's arm. I was gonna say an ingot, but that seems... That something took Natsuki's breath away. Is it a gold ingot? It fucking is. Fuck you, I knew it. This was the ingot that they used to prove the gold. So he doesn't know where the gold is, but he knows that it exists simply because of the matching description. Ingot the size of a guy's arm? Like forearm, I can see. Arm, bro? Like, really? Like, middle finger to shoulder? That's a fucking big ingot, bro. It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold. It was an ingot of solid gold, 24 karat baby. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified gold glint. This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country. It takes a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify the purity, it is standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Okay, this is the other thing I mentioned earlier in the game, and again, I won't believe it. Okay, shut up, old me. Hurry up, get to it. Natsuki was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. He had held definite proof, and had been more certain than any of the other siblings the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened of the possibility that someone other than him would find the gold that he had failed to find, costing him everything. Which also means he's had a head start on trying to find it. But to Natsuki, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that as Kraus' wife, she should... That's what I'm saying, bro. Why is he dangling you around? She should... Okay, whatever. We get the point. There's some fuckery going on. I don't think at this point he knew about it. He's talking, or he was still at this point concealing it from Natsui. Because we know that Natsui only finds out at that point. So, something like that, at the very least. Let's get back to it. Natsui, please cool off your head and think of a realistic plan to gather the money. I'm gonna cool off my head as well, or my head off as well. Wait, Natsui. Okay, maybe this is interesting. Maybe here he was like, man, should I tell her? Kraus tried to tell Natsui to stop, but she just kept walking. Is there a possibility that he went to Jessica and told her without telling Natsui? Because it felt awkward in this conversation or something? I don't know. Natsui dashed away. Natsui ran through the corridor. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, but she ran headlong into Genji. My deepest apologies. Madam, have you been injured? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, right? Like, I feel like if he knew, he would have told her then. I just don't know if she, like, left the room so quickly that he, like, didn't have the opportunity to. But I'm generally going to think that he probably didn't know about it at this point. But either way, if he did know about it, he concealed it from her. But, again, it would be pretty odd, especially, again, the most important part of this still is to find out how much prior to the start of the conference this is. I'm alright. Leave me alone. Certainly. Oh, Genji. What's the state of Father's study? It is just as you left it. Dr. Nanjo is in the parlor. I see. Do you have the key to the study? Yes, right here. Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with Father. Ooh, okay, Natsui. I don't think that's something that you would forget. I think if anything, it was because he just felt awkward and didn't want to say it. So, Natsui goes, or asks for the key to the study. The key to the study to be with Kinzo, and tells Genji if Kraus asks to lie. Interesting. Certainly. Huh. This adds a very interesting element too, of like, Kraus is technically the head, so why would he take orders of Natsui? Would he just... this is weird. What I'm trying to say, I guess... Oh, I just realized I muted my game audio. There becomes a question of... Is there like a... How do I word this? Let's say that two siblings... Let's say that, Rosa and Ava were talking to each other, and they both made a thing. They both talked to Genji. They said, Genji, kill Ava. And then Ava says, Genji, kill Rosa. Who would have the overriding thing there? I would imagine it's Ava because she's higher in the pecking order. But in this very particular instance, would he actually lie for Natsui, or would they hold all Ushiramiyas as equal? I imagine you would serve the head most, but it also could be like... When they talked about serving their masters, does this mean that... I know it seems like they serve Kinzo and Beatrice more than anybody else. I don't know. We'll see. She then flew into the study, and once again I apparently am not clicked into my game, and finally she cried out loud. Father, please forgive our foolishness. My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please. Please. Forgive us for our foolishness and our crimes. And, if you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsui cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. Father isn't the type of person to pamper. More than likely he'd yell at me for being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations would come true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsui begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It had only been a few hours since his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here listening to her. Believing this, Natsui begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Noisy woman. Don't I always say that I value silence? So this explains why she was able to still have a conversation with Kinzo. I did not mean to control that, but she didn't say anything. Natsui, for some reason, can still speak to Kinzo / is having some delusion of Kinzo still talking to her. All I'm gonna say, it seems like everyone in this family has a pretty long history of some mental illness that they don't want to be open about. But hey. When she faced in the direction that the voice was coming from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses. Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife. That Kraus only inherited my bad— That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. But, father, what a wretched-looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of the successor to the Ushirimiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression. Yes, father. My apologies. I feel bad for my goat. I don't think she's literally speaking to him. I think she's having a delusion here. Natsui understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsui had created from her desire to speak with Kinzo and her memories of the man as he once was. No, that's not it. She believed that just for now Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. So it's just like the whole magic of belief thing, right? Like when we talked about Angie. She believes that the soul of Kinzo is still there to speak with, to interact with, so she's able to. In reality, you could just say if you were an outside observer where magic doesn't exist, like us, you would say that Natsui's just, like, having a little bit of a mental break here. She's talking to people that aren't actually there. Well, if magic is real, then whatever, but if magic is real, it's kind of like I don't say it's like pointless to even engage with it, but if magic is real, then okay, then it is actually Kinzo's soul. But that's like, whatever. She was doubting this would cause it to vanish, or she was sure that doubting it would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that a family crisis has arisen in the very instant the headship is passed on. Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. I am truly very sorry. The Ushirimiya family is so very cursed. I was in a terrible state, or it was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. The hardships you two are suffering are trivial in comparison. Kinzo's succession to the family headship came suddenly. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Ushirimiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but that was of no relevance at all to Kinzo, and he couldn't have cared less. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. Kanto, whatever. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time. Well, yeah, but that might be exactly why, right? That might be why Kinzo feels more sane, because it's like her perception of him. Because maybe she only saw him when he was a certain way, or maybe he actually did, like, maybe he did interact with her in a nicer way, you know? So she remembers him as more of, like, a nice, kind-hearted person. I shouldn't say kind-hearted, but she remembers him as more of, like, a calming voice, a calming presence, whereas it seems like every other time we've seen Kinzo, he's, like, a totally rabid fucking maniac. Like, kind of a douchebag, to be honest. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders were all trying to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, there weren't... Jesus, slow down. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to rebuild the Ushirimiya family. They found common ground by selecting Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushirimiya family. He was a figurehead. Yeah. Or they wanted him to be. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs being pulled in opposite directions. Yes. I know a lot about your days of suffering, father. Keep wondering if Kinzo's that type of person, or that crazy guy who talks about rituals, because it seems that when he appears to Natsui, he's a kind person, but when Kraus goes to talk to him, he's a crazy man. Yeah, I think part of it is probably the projection of, like, their view, because if we think about it from Kraus's perspective, he grew up with Kinzo being a total douchebag to him, right? Like, beating the shit out of him. Like, Rudolph, Ava, Rosa, maybe not so much Rosa, but definitely the three older siblings definitely talk about how they can imagine, like, their father still beating them and being crazy. Whereas, like, Natsui most likely didn't run into Kinzo until he was older in his years, and if he was older, he was probably mediated a little bit more, albeit he definitely still had a little bit of, like, some manic energy to him. I think that it's probably... My interpretation right now, obviously this might change as we go on, my interpretation right now is it's just whatever the person's view of Kinzo was, so they're projecting out whatever their perception of how he was whenever they're apparently speaking to him. Natsui seems to have had a more cordial relationship with him, even if he was still a little bit off the wall, whereas like Kraus seems to have had a very not good relationship. Him and Ava especially seem to have not had a very good relationship with Kinzo. Rudolph we haven't really known too much. Rudolph and Rosa we don't know the extent of their relationship with Kinzo, although I imagine it wasn't much different from the others, specifically Rudolph. Rosa's maybe slightly different, but hard to say. And then the war started. I was already tired of life at that point. I hoped to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer. As bad as it might sound, I hoped that day would come quickly. It was said that as Kinzo listened to death's approaching footsteps day in and day out, he started cutting his ties with the world one by one. And then, on that day when he had freed himself from all his attachments to life and reached a state of enlightenment, is this gonna be like, are they gonna give us a World War II meme here? Like, that's the day the bombs dropped? Okay, no, sorry. He had a mystical experience. And he met her, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I made a contract with the witch and was given gold and the power of madness. On that day, the old me died and the new me possessing the insane power of magic was born. I know. And after the war, you used your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushirimiya family. The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock to the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. Interesting, okay, so I'm gonna write this down even though it's probably not super important. Kinzo, during the war, after cutting off all his, I'll put my notes up I guess. So just put Kinzo during the war after cutting off all his attachments to life. Apparently had an epiphany when he met Beatrice. When it says cutting off all of his attachments, could also just be that the people that he was like familiar and friends with died in the war because he was enlisted. Apparently he had an epiphany. I shouldn't say when, it should be then he met Beatrice. The family at the time thought that he'd been injured in the war somehow and came back as a different man. Jesus, this is like... All this to say there was a markedly different Kinzo before and after this meeting. Without a magic interpretation, it could also be viewed as the horrors of war had caused him to have a mental break of sorts, returning him different than he was prior. Okay. That was how much Kinzo stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo's meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. Not so he must surely have felt that if Kinzo had decided to describe that resulting mystical experience as a meeting with a witch, that wasn't something she could flatly dispute. Yeah, so this is applying, basically saying that he went to war, and with death surrounding him, he understood his attachment, or rather his detachment to life that he had. It allowed him to reach a state of enlightenment, and the real interpretation would be that he had some kind of experience in the war, and that experience in the war caused him to have a break of sorts, or to just come back as a changed man, not necessarily a break. And he had described it as a mystical experience. But not necessarily. Also, this could be like a full court shot here, like a Babe Ruth calling a shot, but depending on how they say the story, although I don't know how it would make sense, could you think... This is total cap, and I'm like positive it'll be wrong, but could you think that the reason why he has like a Western obsession, because it's to do with Beatrice, do you think that Beatrice may have been like an American woman or something that was like enlisted in some part of like the Allied forces? I shouldn't say American, it could have just been any of the Allied forces. Because then you could have an actual physical tie to who Beatrice is and why he was constantly trying to get her back. Because maybe this was a woman that he met like during the war effort or something, and this was someone that he only saw at that time and was separated, and he wanted this woman to come back because she was like a fleeting thing in his mind. It's interesting to think. I don't think it's going to come to that, but it could be an interesting interpretation. If you wanted to have like a real actual interpretation for what Beatrice is as opposed to just him having like a mental break. That's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Ushirmiya family in the truest sense. Yeah, because then the question would become, like, why the fuck did he have this, why did he have this obsession with, like, Western I shouldn't say values, but with, like, Western naming conventions, with, like, Western style? It could maybe make sense that he met a woman that he fell in love with or something, or that maybe this woman saved his life, let's say, for example. Let's say that she was, like, a medic or something. Again, I'm throwing total bullshit. Let's say that this was, like, some person that was a part of, like, the Allied war effort. He was in the war. Let's say he was injured in the war. He was going to die in the war or something. One of the Allied forces saves him. Maybe he was, like, a POW or something, we'll say. And he viewed Beatrice as, like, saving his life, returning him to everything. And after everything, you know, he gets returned to Japan. Whoever the real Beatrice is goes on and continues and lives her real life because she was just a part of, like, the Allied war effort. And then he has this weird, like, love attachment to this person who effectively saved his life. And maybe that moment, again, like, sorry, I'm sort of, like, putting, like, a lot of projection onto this. Let's say he was at, like, death's door or something. He has, like, this view of, like, this witch who's coming to save him, you know? It's like this mystical experience. In reality, he was just, like, having a near-death experience. He was basically dying, you know, his life gets saved. He gets captured as a POW. Maybe he just gets sent back to Japan once it's under occupation, blah, blah, blah. All that shit happens. And that explains why he has this weird obsession with this woman who maybe he never even had a real relationship with. It was just he had this obsession. He developed this Western obsession because maybe he felt like he had some duty or some debt that was owed to this person. Or maybe he did interpret it as an actual magical experience. Because, you know, if you're having, like, a near-death experience, I doubt you're, you know, thinking in the most clear of minds. So it makes sense, too, that then he would honor that witch by not only becoming, like, obsessed with Western style, finding a way to reconnect with this woman who maybe he didn't even know if this woman was real or not, right? Maybe he couldn't tell. Was Beatrice actually, like, a real, like, person that was a part of the war effort that, like, saved his life or whatever it might be, you know, however he... Okay, someone dropped something upstairs. However he crossed paths with her. Or was this just, like, a vision that he had when he was, like, a near-death experience or, you know, was losing his mind during the war? Whatever it ends up being. He views this woman as being, like, the salvation to that, and then he develops some, like, odd obsession to do with her. I can see it. The only thing is, then, the Kuadorian stuff becomes really weird if she wasn't actually, like, a real person. To be fair, I've said this all along, we don't know what the grandmother looked like. We don't know what his arranged marriage wife looked like. And I think if she, and I'm not saying that, like, she is Beatrice, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that, like, if she looked, like, she had, like, blonde hair or something, it could explain, like, why Kraus and Jessica and all of them have blonde hair, and then it's not, like, a very, like, surprising thing. But if, you know, if there actually was a person, because we know they were making deliveries to Kuadorian, we know there was somebody that was living there. It makes it interesting to think about how or why, how any of that can match or make sense, but let's continue. That's right, you returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Ushirmiya family in the truest sense. Correct. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet, and only the head in name. I became the head after conquering the Golden Witch. Father, will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head? Oh, she will. Assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship. What do you mean by truly succeeded? I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushirmiya family head in the truest sense. Not so you should understand this. The headship is not inherited by blood, it is inherited through spirit and conviction. Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things. So this is interesting. I'm gonna write this down. Kinzo states... Type the whole quote out. God, these new switches, they're so fucking light and I actually don't like it. So the interesting thing about this quote that I'm thinking here, yeah, there's a little bit that could play into this. It makes sense if Natsui viewed herself as the rightful heir. It also makes me wonder too, if when they talk about like, so when he talks about like, oh, it's not inherited through, just the title, it has to be inherited through the spirit and conviction. The question is if it would still follow the regular inheritance line. Think about it like this, like, does that mean that it would go down and it would say like which person in line, like how would it follow through the order, if that makes sense? And again, we don't even know if this is necessarily a true statement, because this could be a Natsui delusion that's not even real. But at the very least, if it's a Natsui delusion, it means it's definitely true in her eyes. But let's say that this is actually true in the truest sense to everybody that is involved in the family. This also then raises the question of, if we were to then pass on the headship, if we were then to wonder, like, who would be the next successor? When we were deciding who the next successor is, we assume it would follow the same order and go Kraus, Jessica, Ava, George, etc., 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 run down that list. The interesting thing thinking about that is if it said that Kraus was not willing, he didn't possess that, the real question is, would it then go to Jessica, or would it go to Ava to test? Or is this just something that's up for dibs? Is this just like free reign to the person that has the highest conviction to keep the family alive? Because if it's like that, then it makes sense why Natsui thought that, or why Natsui maybe was like partly the culprit in the first episode, along with Kraus. Because it could have been like a falling out between the two over arguing who was actually like the rightful heir. However, it also semi-supports my theory if I think that Jessica is Beatrice, that if she would have been the next one in line, if it was in a literal sense, as in following the line of succession, it could make sense if Kraus was deemed as not worthy, and then it went to Jessica and it said, yeah, Jessica is worthy. But, again, this is all conjecture and impossible to divine at this point. And even someone other than Kraus would make a splendid new head so long as the spirit dwelled in their heart. The Golden Witch Beatrice will lend her power to that true head. Isn't that right, Beatrice? So this is interesting. Maybe he could say this is what the purpose of the epitaph was to find the person. I'm guessing that's what. When Kenzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a bizarre golden flower petals, or a blizzard, not bizarre, of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsui stared at this scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witch of the portrait appeared. Indeed, I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I am free to run rampant. I do not listen to anyone's orders. And there's only one person in the world who can control her. Me. That is why I am qualified to be the Ushirimiya family head. So that pride of yours is what qualifies you to be the head? Pride implies self-confidence and bravery. And it is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain the power to match. That is why I control you. It is quite pleasant to watch men who speak of pride as they turn that desire into reality. The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have, and he makes sure to turn that arrogance, that pride, into reality. If one is to control me, they must possess that monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsui? A true monarch fears no hardship. They declare that they will overcome anything without fail, even if they haven't figured out yet how. This gives hope to the weak people. They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him. This more and more feels like it's implicating Natsui in the first chapter. But still, I mean, Natsui dies at the end, right? So there's obviously still something more that's going on. That is where power is gained and his word is carried out. Engrave that into your heart. And remember, he said very specifically right here, I want you to remember this phrase, engrave that into your heart, right? That's what he says to Natsui when she has that conversation with Kenzo in the first episode. He tells her, everyone else, they might have the one wing engraved on their body. You have it engraved on your heart. You have the one wing engraved in your heart. You are more Ushirimiya than anybody else who bears the name. And again, now that we know that Kenzo is dead, and this is potentially a delusion that Natsui is having when she's talking to him, it implicates her more and more and more in that first episode. But again, like I said, we still have some unidentified third party, potentially multiple third parties that are acting in that first episode, because Natsui does get shot with a gun at the end of the third episode, right? Yes, father. Natsui understood. Through this mystical experience, Kenzo was teaching her the attitude required to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kenzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch. In other words, the true head of the Ushirimiya family was not to fear hardship. They had to believe that they could overcome any hardship. Oh, I just knocked my pop filter. If they could not believe themselves capable, there was no reason why they would be. Natsui suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she had come into this room, sobbing and asking Kenzo what to do. And now she's going to steal her resolve. I was foolish. Of course, there's no time for crying when an Ushirimiya family crisis is upon us. And now that we have inherited the Ushirimiya family from you, father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Oh, even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Krause's debts? As Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. Now, this is another interesting thing, right? Is that this at the very least indicates the image of Beatrice as a witch prior to the start of the events. So... And again, this could just be a delusion, but it's interesting that it happens prior to the start of the game. But... So it's probably not something that spawned out of the 2 days, you know? As Beatrice laughed unpleasantly, no, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsui to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsui didn't hesitate anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes. At this moment, I have not yet discovered the method that we should pursue. However, my husband is the new head of the Ushirimiya family, and I am his supporting wife. So in my husband's place, I will proclaim it. Let us hear it. Ushirimiya Kinzo and Natsui will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushirimiya family. You have nothing to worry about, father. Now, this is very interesting, though, too, here, is that Natsui doesn't proclaim this herself. She doesn't say, I'm going to. She says, we both will. So this is another interesting thing that she would carry on afterwards if Krause was dead. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I was kind of on the money in episode 1. I feel like episode 1, you know, obviously there's some explanation that's missed, but I feel more and more confident that Krause and Natsui were behind episode 1. And even more so with the falling out. You do know the scope of Krause's debt, as well as the disastrous state things are in? Yes. Things could hardly be worse. We could even be ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, and we wouldn't be able to refuse. Once the distribution of the inheritance comes up, his relatives might even file a criminal complaint against us. Also, I might be wrong. I feel like I was spelling inheritance wrong because I was looking through my notes when I was spell checking everything. And I'm pretty sure I type inheritance with an A, but I'm pretty sure every time I was searching it, they were saying that it was spelled with a C. I guess I'm smoking total fucking dick, dude. Did I switch world lines here? What the fuck is going on? I could have sworn that I was spelling it with an I, or with an A. Yeah, dude, I literally do have it spelled with an A. Why the fuck was it spell checking me, telling me I was wrong? I wonder if this is like an American versus UK English meme. But I'm in Canada. But we use British English for the most part. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, yeah, we already read this. However, there is no need to worry. We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsui proclaimed this clearly with Ushirimiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. This also could be her kind of staking her claim as being the actual real head. For a while they remained silent as though weighing Natsui's resolve, then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing. Why couldn't this person have been my son? The very fact that a woman with such a disposition married your son is another sign of your great luck. Beatrice, this is my final order. Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. Oh, in that case, obey the orders of the new Ushirimiya family head. You are no longer the head and Krause is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushirimiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. You will be witness. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will. The last order that the head left behind for you. Then it seems I will have to obey. What a good friend I am. I think not. Oh? You're only doing this because it caught your interest. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Natsui? Yes, father. Go and overcome your hardship. Yes. To Natsui, that might have been nothing more than a simple response, but to Kinzo and Beatrice it seemed to carry much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with emotion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsui. The Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice, right here. I will give you my aid so the Ushirimiya family can overcome crisis once again. Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to bestow a vast quantity of gold again like I did when I saved Kinzo from his crisis. However, that is something I cannot do. I see. Sorry, Natsui. The contract for Beatrice's gold stated that it cannot be inherited. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. We have an answer to this, so it's separate. So this also excludes the part about the third party. They wouldn't be entitled to the gold. We get a clear answer that the gold is only inherited through the epitaph and not along with every other belonging of the Ushiromiya's. Okay. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as that is not solved, I cannot give you the magic of the gold. Understand? And I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said that his plan would take time, but he also said that it would definitely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsui. Continue. But Kinzo is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral, and you will be contacting the family members about it. The window of opportunity for you to raise money will be closed by your own hand. How charming is a guillotine when you lower the blade yourself. Natsui gasped and looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there, but even so, Natsui had found something. So, the magical power has descended. Natsui, have you made up your mind? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? It's interesting that she says magic of miracles. We already know that Burncastle is the witch of miracles. It's just an interesting... Also, the fact that Rika's a member of the game is very odd to me. All of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were once again gathered in the study. Kraus was still very unsettled and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsui's expression was resolute. This does kind of explain why as well Natsui kept such a cool head despite everything that was going on once everything started. Because she had this, like, either this vision or this meeting again, it depends on your interpretation of how you want to view it. She had this thing where she was like, look, I need to act as though I am the head, and the only way that you're going to be able to act, like, to get through it is to believe that you are the head, that you're going to be able to get through it. The other interesting part is the fact that Beatrice sat there and, like, kind of played along with Natsui, but if we were to view it from, like, a magical lens, or, you know, whatever Beatrice actually is, that Beatrice also would have, like, toyed with Natsui. Like, again, to me, even though she's, like, meeting with Beatrice and all this, it doesn't really... I'm not convinced anymore that Natsui is a part of being, like, or setting up a delusion of Beatrice, but I am more convinced in the theory at the end of episode, or the theory that we had in the last stream, about Natsui being responsible partly for episode 1. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain. Yes. Give it a year. No, half a year, and it will certainly bear fruit. But it's just impossible to hope for anything right this second. Then we will wait. But you said it yourself. Dad is already dead. Father hasn't passed away. As you can see, he is as healthy as ever. When Natsui said this, everyone looked up instantly, startled. Okay, so, to be fair though, Natsui was also on board and floated the idea of acting as though Kinzo was still alive. Now this is interesting. That means that Ava caught her ass in the first episode too. With the whole receipt thing. When Natsui said this, everyone looked up instantly, startled, because they immediately understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and had to ask. Of course he didn't. Fucking knuckle dragger. This guy is so slow. What do you mean by that? Dad is right there. And he's... I will say it again. Father is still in good health. He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves, so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks. In short, nothing will change from the way things have been up until now. Do you understand, Genji? Yes. The furniture of the One-Winged Eagle will continue to serve the Master. Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nanjo, do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, is this really what you want to do, Natsui? It may be true that Father passed away today, but if everyone here right now believes we can use magic to revive Father, it's impossible, madam. That's just too much. The time of death will be determined during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Burning the body, though. So this is... Again, furthermore, we already knew that they were burning the body to conceal the time of death. Again, I still want to know when this is occurring. I want to know how much before the start of the game this is. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy. Of course, she wasn't planning to make Kinzo live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to sleep in peace. Nanjo repeated himself that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsui said again that this wouldn't be a problem. Father will not pass away by being reported dead. I see. He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Yes. Once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish the preparations to lay Father to rest, we will then announce that Father has disappeared. Now, this is very interesting, too, because Kiri caught their asses as well in episode 3, I believe it was. She caught them when she was saying that any death, including him going missing, will be determined as foul play. So Ava and Kiri were kind of already on their asses about this. Ava already had her suspicions that he was already dead. Kiri had basically added an addendum to their plan and changed up the way that they were presenting their theory to Kraus, which is interesting. Rokkenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day Kinzo would go out into the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report of his death even without a corpse. In other words, we can conceal the time of death. What do you think, Dr. Nancho? There won't be any problems this way. Yes, I can see the logic, but... Are you sure about this, madam? Yes, if all of us can keep quiet, then perhaps we could keep it a secret that the master passed away, but... Excuse me. There are so many ways that one of us could slip up and allow someone to find out. Kumasawa, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten that Father is sleeping right over there? Are you trying to wake him? It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsui said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Are we gonna get transported back to the actual game now? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? What sort of life did you enjoy? Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinzo's cold body. Well, I mean, they didn't really need to slip, number one. They're all the servants are already, like, the servants is not too surprising. We already know they were willing to lie for Kinzo, / whoever the head is. That's not really too surprising. Nanjo and the others, well, but the way that you would not say something stupid is you just wouldn't volunteer any info. But you gotta remember, they did get caught. They didn't need to slip. They still got caught. Like, Ava already caught them in the first episode. Kiri caught them in the third episode. This is already, like, God, I can't remember the word. I gotta search up the word for it. It's a fucking economics term. Economics term for when a market doesn't properly control for something. Fuck, there's like a term for this. No, it's not a market failure. That's too broad. Fuck, what is the word that I'm thinking of? Externality. But I don't think that's actually the correct use of the word. Regardless, I found out the word I was trying to think of, but it's not the right word to use in the situation. All that being said, they didn't necessarily need to slip up because the people were already suspicious of them. They already covered their ass for that possibility. Plus, like, a lot of them had nervous energy throughout the whole game. We already know that, like, the people, like Genji is, you know, he's... I think they would lie for him anyways. The only people who would know about this would be... Because the other thing you have to remember, too, is that for some of the other servants, like, outside of Kumasawa, outside of Nanjo, if we're talking about, like, Goda, and we're talking about, like, Shannon and Kanon, we already know Shannon and Kanon would lie for Kinzo, because they're also, like, Genji. And if we're talking about, like, Goda, well, Goda was hired by both Kraus and Natsui, and he never interacted with Kinzo. All he ever heard about was secondhand, and that's kind of the same way for everybody else, but... Then after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales that had been told over and over since long ago, Kinzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Father! And so again, this is the fake magic thing, and again, depending on your interpretation, Kinzo is not actually alive. He is... They have basically faux created the idea that he is alive. Natsui, let me first make one thing clear. I did not coax you into doing this because I have an attachment to life. You liar. Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a little. How does it feel, Kinzo? How is your body? It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream. I feel light. A being not permitted to remain in this world still remains here. You'll have to accept a little discomfort. Is your body truly alright? Are you really alright? Actually, this feels quite pleasant. If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the part of a ghost might not be so bad. How is this, Natsui? Kinzo is revived. And exactly, this is like the fate. Yeah, Nanjo is my goat, man. Look at what he did. He actually did do something. We just didn't know about it. Kinzo is revived. That means a funeral is unnecessary. Your hardship has been resolved. But Beatrice... As Natsui tried to find words of gratitude, Beatrice waggled her index finger and spoke. There is no need for thanks. A ruler should be proud. I do not pay heed to requests, but I do follow orders. I'll say it even so. Thank you. This way you bought some time for my husband. We will handle the rest. Be warned, Natsui. Kinzo may have revived, but that is not an eternal thing. It will only continue as long as my magic does, which... yeah. Be warned that the anti-magic toxin might destroy the magic. You must... And see, this is the other thing, too, where it's like, you must understand the laws of magic, because the whole thing is, she's basically saying you have to lie to keep up this lie, to keep it going. Because any doubt of magic is viewed as toxin. Which means that if anybody doubts that the father is alive, it would then potentially reveal the truth. So, again, magic is just bullshit, but... And this is where I'm going to get, like, checkmated. Like, it's the end of Higurashi all over again, that magic did exist in some form, just not in the way you thought. I can show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it together. Of course. We won't neglect the miracle you have given us. Very good. I see. It seems masters do need to be changed every once in a while, just like floor mats. Hee. I like it. I shall serve you. Ushirimiya Natsui, I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Call my name whenever you wish. I shall then appear and grant you a miracle. Thank you. I am Ushirimiya Natsui. I will implore you to protect the honor of the Ushirimiya family. So this is interesting because it's sort of implying that Natsui is the one that inherited. I'm not going to say for sure, but I'll hide this for a second because it might pop something up on the screen. Family conference of the previous year. So we're on 1985. So we're at least a year prior. Ending of the prologue indicates that Natsuhi is Beatrice's current master. And we are now... Oh, I'm still a magic hater. Fuck magic. We are now at the 85 conference, indicating that the death of Kinzo was at the very least a year prior. Oh, I just punched my mic again. Is this chapter 1 now? Oh, it's chapter 2, a proper mystery. Oh, I didn't realize we were in chapter 1 already. My bad. The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as though they were competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsui could be seen. Yeah, and notice again, this is one of those same things like with Maria talking about Beatrice, that the only people that are, like, around Kinzo are those who... The only ones who are ever interacting with Kinzo are ones who already know that he's dead, because they're keeping up the image of it, which even further proves when Nanjo says, like, oh, I went in there and I was playing chess with him. Oh, Natsui, like, it's all people that already knew that Kinzo was dead, so they're keeping up the image of it, but he's not actually. Once again, the flowers have grown wonderfully this year. It must be the result of your care. Thank you very much. The weather just happened to be good this year. Thanks to your care, the garden is even more beautiful than usual. Good work. Thank you very much. If today weren't so special, we might have been able to admire the roses while enjoying some black tea. Kinzo shrugged. Also, this might be the last chapter just because I am still not feeling too great. I will be back tomorrow, though. I have to go back home for dinner, but I'll be back up in the night. So it'll either be like an early morning-ish stream, or it'll be a late night stream. So I know that's covering every base, but, you know. It'll be an early night for me today. Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, they hadn't heard anything good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Those people are quite unpleasant. By the way, what about Kraus? Is that debt repayment plan of his proceeding well? It really does seem to be a realistic plan, however the scale of the plan appears to be quite large and it doesn't seem to be bearing fruit as well as he expected. If possible, I had hoped that something could be done before today's family conference. Yes, my apologies. Are you sure that's alright, Kinzo? Casually walking around in a place like that. I don't want to... Okay, I'm going to mute the game audio for a second because I have like a mini addendum here to talk about magic. Or maybe I'll leave the game audio on, but I'm going to turn it down. I think there's something to be said about the idea of magic being something that is centered on belief. The fact that magic is something that is required, that you believe in it, that you uphold it, that magic is only something which everybody believes in. And I know I've been joking about it earlier that magic is a lie, and that it's not real, but in the truest sense of a word, magic is a lie. The only people who know that the magic truly isn't real are the ones that created the lie, that fudged it. And everybody else that's bought into it has been basically pulled along by their nose, and they don't know any better. And a lie is only good insofar as another person believes in it. If I tell you a lie about something, the lie only holds any real value if you don't believe it to be one, right? Magic only holds value if you believe it to be real, if you have no reason to doubt it. Which is the reason why when they talk about toxin dissolving the magic, it's not so much that there's like this actual magical explanation, there's a toxic that dissolves the magic power. Now you could view it that way if you wanted to be a little bit more faithful in the idea of magic, but I think in the very sense, almost like by definition, magic is a lie. It's a secret that can be kept among multiple people. We can look at Kinzo in his life as being a good example of this. There's a lie that's being told that, Kinzo doesn't want to leave his room, he doesn't want to do anything, he's staying up in his study. And you have all these people that are bought into this lie together. And like what you're saying, it is somewhat true, that you could say that a lie is true if everybody believes in it. The difference is that it's not so much that everybody believes in it, but they've been told to believe in it, in the sense of the whole family. Because we know that, as we can see later on, that Kiri and Ava, they eventually break through that. And you could view it as toxin. You could also view it as them being doubtful of the story that they're being told. To these people, it is truth. And that's the same thing as like Maria, that's the same thing as Angie, that's the same thing as all these other people. It is technically truth among the people that believe in it. But we're still talking about a fact of the matter, right? For instance, like we could both agree that, let's say, I don't know, if you want to talk about the Braun Tube example, right? The Braun Tube example they gave in the game is a really good idea. If you want to believe in the magic explanation of the Braun Tube, well, if you both believe in it and you don't inquire further about it, it's true. That lie takes the place of the truth. But the reality is there is an underlying fact of the matter that we are not aware of, which is the actual truth of the situation. And so even more so, I'm more convinced that magic is not real, because magic even more so perfectly maps on to being a lie, in the very sense too that how a lie is dispelled the more it is inquired upon and the more it is looked into, and assuming that you actually have the ability to discern the real truth. Of course, there's something to be said. If you couldn't actually know the truth of the matter, you wouldn't be able to tell the truth from the lie. But I think there is something to be said that magic is a lie, in the exact same sense that the more it is inquired into, the more you know about it, and the more you inquire into it, the more the lie starts to fall apart. So I will still stand my ground that magic does not exist, and that magic in and of itself in this game world is quite literally a lie. Now, I'm not going to speak to the actual witch world shit with like Burn Castle and Lambda, only because of my experience of playing Higurashi. But as far as the actual events that happen within the game, no magic. That being said, let's continue. How had she gotten up there? Well, it's pretty pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. Those relatives are like a massive lump of the anti-magic toxin, and they'll be intruding on us. If you bump into them, your soul will evaporate in an instant. I am already dead. Even evaporating would be no detriment. We can't have that happen. Please, for the sake of the Ushirimiya family, lend us your strength just a little bit longer. Natsui, it seems that the boat with the relatives on it has left the harbor. It might be a good idea to end your walk soon. Is that so? Thank you. Please return to the study, Father. Just great. Shame that I must go back when the weather is so perfect. I don't know if you could say that it was proof that magic doesn't exist, or that it proves that magic doesn't exist, but it gives you a very good reason to doubt it. And the fact that doubt in the explanation is what dispels magic makes me... You could say in that way that because there's a solution that doesn't incorporate magic at all, it fully disproves magic, and I would kind of agree with it. We could still say that that explanation is not necessarily the truth, but that it is a solution, I get what you're saying. I think you could say that's somewhat true. That if you have like the whole Braun Tube thing, if you can invoke some kind of explanation, even if that is not the true, actual, reality, correct explanation, but it is one that still incorporates non-magic to describe something, that it would dispel the explanation of magic, and I think that's kind of the same idea. The fact that, I kind of said this earlier in the game, and I don't want to get into like religious imagery because it's not my place and we're playing a video game. But magic in this game seems to very much be like a God of the Gaps type deal. That anything which it's actually even more insidious because at least with the God of the Gaps argument, we were talking about things that we actually can't describe, or at least with our current understanding, or maybe forever, there'll be things that we will just never be able to answer. There are certain questions that will always be unanswerable, and so God can be interjected into those gaps to describe it. However, if we're talking about a situation like this, it's almost more insidious than a God of the Gaps argument because this is an active lie that is being perpetuated by multiple people, whereas the people who believe in like a god or a religion of any kind, there's true faith, there's true belief in that. And that's not really the same as what magic is in this sense, because magic at its foundation in this game is built upon a lie. And yeah, like you're saying, the fact that there is like something that you could break down, that you could open up a Braun tube, and I think more so with the Braun tube, they're saying that like you can't actually tell because it's on a microscopic level, so just like having the Braun tube doesn't mean anything. But like, yeah, if you had like the tools to inspect it, if you could like pull out a microscope, an electron microscope, if you could pull out, whatever meters, like voltammeters, whatever ammeters that you would need to test this thing, and you could provide an explanation, you kind of remove the possibility of magic being able to exist. The very fact that you can theorize about it, even if you're wrong, if you can provide like a concrete theory that logically follows, that makes sense, it almost in essence denies that magic exists, because if you can provide an explanation that doesn't invoke magic at all, again, then it would be up to the people on the magic end to tell you, hey, how does that explanation not fit, and how it could only be done by magic. But we've never really had that counter in this game. Magic in this entire game has just existed to cast doubt. It has never provided a solution, which I think is another really interesting thing to focus on. Any time that magic has been posited as having done something, we've never talked about by what way the magic actually functioned to do something. We were just said, oh, it's unexplainable, therefore magic. And that's not an explanation. You're just defaulting to an explanation, If magic actually said like, hey, like for instance, in the Braun tube example, the funny thing is, it's actually a better example that they give in the Braun tube thing, because they say like, oh, it's little pixies or whatever, I forget the exact, explanation they give, but oh, it's little pixies that are actually inside the TV that are transporting the light. The funny thing is, that's actually even more of an explanation than what we've been given in most of the game, because to this point, anytime that something happens, we're never even given an explanation, we're just saying, oh, because you can't come up with an explanation that fits, therefore magic. It's not even really the same thing, but, yeah. I think we agree with each other. I don't know if you feel like we agree, but I would say we agree with each other. Regardless, let's continue. Don't grumble, Kinzo. Right now you are nothing more than a ghost that I gave life to. It'll be troublesome for both me and Natsui if you're scattered away by the toxin. Just be a good boy, shut yourself away in the study, and put a blanket over yourself or something. Cackle, cackle. Just being given the chance to enjoy the roses even after death makes me extremely fortunate. I understand. I shall return to the study. But I would like some black tea. Can I tell Genji to bring me some? Some Marco Polo would be nice today. Certainly. I'm assuming that's the brand. Then let's go our separate ways. Natsui, I want you to conduct the family conference separate from me or something, splendidly without me, because I fucking hit my spacebar. Of course, father. He can't say it in front of them, but my husband is already the Ushirimiya family head, and I will do all I can to see that I don't embarrass him as his wife. Compared to Kraus, who's had a stomachache since this morning, you are so very composed, Natsui. My son is quite hopeless. My husband is talented in his own way. Supporting him when he's weak is my duty as his wife. Give it your best. I will make sure to stay shut away so that I don't get in the way of this farce. Canon. Notice even he says that it's a farce. Canon, go with father to the study, and then have Genji serve some black tea. I'm not so senile that I need your help to stand up. Here I go. Refusing Canon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. The retired head left everything in Natsui's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace. You're looking well. Yeah, she really is too. I wish Natsui knew her worth, I understand this is a different time. This is more of like the... I don't even want to say misogynistic, although it kind of is. This is more of like the... just like traditionalist values that are like super seeped into everything. Because realistically, like, if we're talking about the brains of the pair, man, Natsui is like, she's everything. Kraus maybe a little bit of business acumen, but he's not really offering much. She's literally covering for this guy so hard. You're looking well. You possess a sense of dignity similar to Kinzo's deceased wife. On the off chance that the anti-magic toxin does get to father. Well, the magic, yeah, exactly, like, you're basically right on the money, yeah. Because she's basically internalized that this is the way that women have to act. But realistically, man, she could do both. I believe that Natsui is more competent in probably every single area, probably even including business, because if Kraus is this stupid in other aspects of his life, I have no understanding how he could be competent in others. On the off chance that the anti-magic toxin does get to Father, will the magic dissolve in an instant? Yes. In the blink of an eye. I can simply erase my form if necessary. But if someone already dead, such as Kinzo, loses his form, he will be blown away by the winds of the sun. I almost said wides for some reason. Winds of the sun and disappear like dust in a matter of seconds. You must take care. Yes, I understand. You might have talent as a witch. The anti-magic toxin has been building up in your system over the years, and yet you are still able to understand magic. If you and I had met during your youth, you might have become a powerful witch by now. I am Ushirimiya Kinzo's wife. The head's wife. I would become even a witch or a demon to protect his honor. And that's funny, because this is the exact line that Natsui said at the end of the first episode when she was protecting the children. That she's like, I would become a demon if it meant to protect everybody. Which, once again, this proves even more so to me that Natsui is not the full culprit. Although, she may have been responsible for episode 1, she is not Beatrice. She is not the overarching culprit. I am deeply grateful for the power of your magic. I wouldn't have been able to protect the honor of the Ushirimiya family without you. Let's discuss that at another time. I'd like to enjoy it with just the two of us women drinking tea. A friend of mine who went to Sri Lanka sent me some black tea with a wonderful rose fragrance. Oh, you mean Dimbula. That isn't bad. Then you should also have pati on the side. You must serve me some as a reward if I manage to trick everyone for the whole upcoming family conference. Promise me now. Understood. I promise. Then I'll see you later. Now, the other question that comes down to this, and this could also be true, and I don't know if I voiced this properly during the theory stream. There is a possibility that much like everybody, that everybody talking about, how do I word this? That everybody talking about Kinzo and how we were saying like, oh, you know, they're all like bought into this. It could also be that Beatrice is that exact same way, right? You know, and this is sort of, I think, the idea of the game, is that Beatrice doesn't actually exist. She's like something that is a lie that everybody has bought into, that everybody believes, which is why Beatrice wants to make sure that Battler, of all people, accepts that Beatrice is real. Because Battler, who is like the potential, like, ultimate anti-magic believer, if she can get him to accept, she can get anybody to accept. And more so, that if he doesn't accept, there is the possibility that he could convince everybody else that she is not real. And for her to exist in this form, she needs everybody to believe. But now the more interesting thing that I was saying earlier is that I think there is somebody who has taken on the form of Beatrice who has been very central to this image being put up. Or there is someone enacting in such a way that they basically view themselves as Beatrice. It's hard to describe, I guess, but Beatrice is a very, like, confusing thing to describe because it depends how much of it is, like, Beatrice is just a concept that multiple people agree with versus how much of it is Beatrice actually being an individual person. And is that individual person responsible for, like, the idea of Beatrice existing? Or is it, like, what we were theorizing, which is what I think, that there's a potential that, let's say, Jessica's, like, a bastard child, like we had in our theory, that there was actually, like, another woman. Jessica is carrying on, like, the torch of that person, and that person was the actual image of Beatrice. That was the person that had, like, this air of being magical about her, and now that that person no longer exists and is dead, you can also have, like, this double belief that, you know, Beatrice does still exist, that, like, her spirit, and maybe Jessica views herself as, like, a disciple of her mother or something. You know, again, you know, we're going into, like, levels of cope and theory that make no sense, but that is true, but that was because, like we said, I think that human Beatrice is Jessica dressed up. It's also of note as well, and I'd have to go back to episode 4, Jessica did die inside the mansion, which is another note of something that's a little bit suspicious towards her. Now, of course, her head was blown the fuck open, but Battler only viewed Jessica's corpse after everything was already done and after his meeting with Beatrice, and he didn't meet with Beatrice in episode 4 again after that fact. So I wouldn't be surprised if my theory about Jessica being the culprit is real. She could still have both of those things at the same time. There was no way for Battler to know whether Jessica was actually killed on the phone call when he talked to her. She could have totally bullshitted that. She could have dressed up as Beatrice. She was one of the people that was killed inside the mansion, right? Because we know the mansion was locked to the outsiders. So it had to be somebody that was inside the mansion that would have been responsible for that image as well. There's a whole thing. So he couldn't verify that she had died basically up until that point. And by the time he had got into the mansion, Beatrice was already gone. So, would Jessica kill herself though at the end? You know, it's a questionable thing. It's hard to know. I think the human Beatrice is like part of the big argument behind what's going on, and I think that she is probably pretty important to understanding who's who and what's what. But regardless. Later it is. And she goes. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air. Natsui watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. After that, there was no one left in the rose garden. Except... ... Alright then. It's break time. Any complaints about how things have gone so far? None at all? So this is interesting. So we are currently getting insight into Burn Castle and Lambda Delta's game prior to when Battler arrives. None at all. If you've got a pee, why don't you just go and do it? I actually don't. Otherwise I would make a joke and take a break right now. What a rude thing to say. Kinzo is already dead, remember? I don't need the red statement this, but he's walking around and talking, isn't he? Doesn't that mean this is magic? Well, I doubt this move would work on you after all this time, Burn. But what about you, Battler? Isn't this weird? Don't you have to accept the existence of the magic that revived Kinzo? If you're trying to imitate Beato, stop it right now, because it's pissing me off. Hehehe, figured it out? Then come on, how are you gonna answer, Battler? Kinzo was just out for a stroll. Why don't you do what you usually do and start holding your head crying, this doesn't make any sense? Come on, use that old, it's no goddamn good at all catchphrase and let me hear your classic crazy counter-argument. There's no way that a human who's supposed to be dead could be walking around, right? Is this all because of some unknown virus called the rokkenjima syndrome? Okay, this is a... Okay, again, you are being warned. Spoiler talk. This is literally a Higurashi plot point that they are referencing here. Just letting you know. But... Or do the scales of a mysterious form of butterfly that only lives on Rokkenjima happen to be hallucinogenic? Or is it all because a mysterious secret organization called Yamainu made an as of yet undiscovered drug called Puru Puru Pico Puyo, which causes mass delusions? A lot of this stuff is in reference to Higurashi. Just as an aside. Let me hear tons of this wonderful crap. Just shut up. This isn't even a problem. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists. I don't need to write this down. The only reason everything's behaving as though he actually exists is because that's the lie that Aunt Natsui, am I reading this? The lie that Aunt Natsui is creating in an attempt to hide Grandfather's death and trick her way through the family conference. Yes, exactly. Oh, it's Natsui's lie. You can revive the dead by lying. Yeah? Wouldn't that make it Natsui's magic? Once again, you are literally proving what I said earlier prior to opening this, that magic and lies are no different from each other. This world is like a bronze tube before you've looked in it. It's the world of the cat box before you open it. As long as Aunt Natsui says that she took a walk with Grandfather, and as long as no one can confirm that that's a lie, and mind you, also the other people who were there that could have confirmed it's a lie are also bought into the lie, so they would have no reason to ever tell you. It's possible to display Aunt Natsui taking a walk in the rose garden with Grandfather as Natsui's reality. That means it's possible for Grandfather to appear. Clap, clap, clap. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Burn Castle. Bravo. You're much calmer without Beato around. Quiet. You shut up too. Okay, you gotta be careful though. No shit talking Rika, okay? We're gonna have a problem. Wait a second, Battler. According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Kinzo to appear if Natsui is the only person there. If Natsui claims to have observed Kinzo in a world with no one except Natsui in it, then no one can deny it, right? Yeah, I think that she's just trying to knowledge check Battler if he understands. Because yeah, exactly. She's gonna say the same thing here, but Canon was in the same place. It's like, okay, yeah, well, Canon serves the head. And if they're trying to make an image that the head is still alive, he would lie for the head. Duh. But Canon was in the same place, and he was also looking at Kinzo, right? How would you explain that? He better not fall. Okay, I was about to say, if you falter at this point, bro, I'm about to jump into the game myself and kick your ass out and start taking over. That's no problem at all. Canon and the servant, thank you. Holy fuck, I feel like I'm being validated so much right now for the Ushirimiya family. Natsui probably ordered him to keep to her story so that she could hide. Exactly, we already know that Nanjo and Kumasawa were in on it. Why would we think that Canon would be any different? If anything, the ones with the one-wing eagle are more likely to lie. This means that just like on Natsui, Canon can see Grandfather even though Grandfather isn't supposed to exist. How are you surprised by that, Lambda? Too bad, Lambda. Battler isn't going to fall for that kind of child's play anymore. Seems so. Well, this is nothing more than an opening before the game, like an aperitif before a meal. An appetizer at a bar. Green tea at a sushi restaurant. Shut up. So we aren't going to get anywhere unless I say it again in blue text. Looks like it. Would you mind? The reason Grandfather is strolling around like nothing happened even though he's already dead is that people who want to make it seem as though he's alive create an illusion of him. Everyone with the same intention can share in that illusion. Then, they talk as though Grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago. That's why he's strolling around like it's perfectly natural. Because of this, the illusion of Grandfather is unable to appear in front of people who aren't in on the— Exactly. Once again, it's a lie that they're bought into. That's why they needed to set it up so that he would shut himself away in a study and not come out, because then you couldn't have people that were on the outside that could validate it as being fake. Now, if you want to prove me wrong, Lambda, fucking red statement this. And then I'll come up with another theory. In the games before now, Grandfather, we don't know what he did because the dumbass playing the game pressed space. In the games before now, Grandfather was always shut away in a study. We never met him directly. Oh, dude, I'm finally loving to actually get explanations. It feels so fucking euphoric. However, there were some people who spoke in a way that made it seem like he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, and who claimed to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted that and believed that Grandfather was in the study. And yes, these are all the people that were bought in on it. So this now answers my question. Because I said this in the theory stream as like, I was confused about to the degree about why Nanjo and why the other people would, I could see that like why the servants would lie, but like why would Natsui lie? Why would Nanjo lie? And now we have the explanation that he died well before they had an incentive to keep him keep it appearing as though he was dead. Everybody bought in with it. That's right, in the games before now, the only people who met Grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsui, and the servants. And Nanjo, I guess if you want to call Nanjo a servant, because they all stuck to the same story. An illusion of Grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive. But mind you, this isn't in service to Beatrice. This could very well just be because of their own devices that they're working towards. Now, Beatrice may have a part in this, you know, but this is why I like to say, especially again after playing Higurashi, knowing how this guy writes his mysteries, I don't want to buy in and bite too hard that this is necessarily, you know, that one of them is Beatrice because of this. That's a little bit of like a logical leap, I would say. You were even kind enough to show me a scene at the beginning of this game of Aunt Natsui convincing Dr. Nanjo and the rest to cover up Grandfather's death. I'm not going to fall for this kind of cheap trick now. Now red statement me. Come on, let's go. Not bad, but I was hoping for the unknown drug, Puru Pico Puyo. This might not be a reference to Higurashi. I have no fucking clue what this is, or in the 4 years since I played Higurashi, my memory is totally wiped, but I don't think it is. There's no way he'd say something so ridiculous, right? After all, supposing that such a thing exists would be just as bad as surrendering to the fantasy genre. Whether it's a okay, well, virus, or a drug or an illness, anything that hasn't been discovered yet is in violation of Nox's 4th commandment. What do you mean 4th commandment? Nox's 4th, it is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. It's a rule that cannot be used for murder. Oh, I see what they're gonna say. Well, this is interesting then. Because if you note, this exact rule that she's putting forward here right now, if Beatrice is following this rule, that means that there was no unknown drug that knocked out everybody in the 4th game. To be fair though, as I'm going to say as an aside, this is a very particular thing that says to be used for murder. The people that were knocked out were not murdered. So you could skirt around this rule by that, number 1. And number 2, I would also invoke Higurashi again because there was a similar theme, which I will not get into, in that game. And, yeah. That also didn't have to do with murder. What? I don't know what world you've been living in, but unknown drug X and unknown scientific device X are the best kind of weapons to use when fighting against a witch. Yes, those. They all violate the rules of proper mystery stories. Supposing an unknown virus, an unknown drug, an unknown sickness, or an unknown X was used puts it totally in the fantasy genre. Okay, well then I guess Higurashi's a fantasy game. My condolences. If that was your theory, then it's game over for you. Hey, what are you talking about? You think you've been fighting in direct opposition to Byato, but that's not actually true. You haven't been in direct opposition. You've been fighting from a diagonal angle. All this playing detective you've done hasn't been fantasy versus mystery. It's only been fantasy versus anti-fantasy. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But there's one thing I do get. It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with the way I've been fighting. We are fighting to kill the fantasy known as the Witch's Illusion. That means interpreting this tale as non-fantastical, as a proper mystery. Mwah! Thank you. In other words, from the very start, we have to forget about any and all elements that would violate the taboos of the mystery genre. Forget about them? Yeah. I mean, this is kind of true. I feel like me having played Higurashi before this is kind of like, more and more, I feel like this game is specifically, and it's like kind of like no shit, because this is in the same series and is a sequel, kind of, sort of, spiritual successor, kind of, sort of, to Higurashi. This feels so much like it was written directly for people that have played it, because there's so many nods to it, there's so many little things that, forget about them. For example, several locked room murders have occurred in the games before now, right? Yeah. At every single crime scene, to make sure there are no hidden doors, you've been enthusiastically checking with Beato, haven't you? Waving a flashy bunch of red shrews together all over the place, almost as though that itself was the battle. I call that a waste of time. After all, it's clearly specified by Nox's third commandment. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. In the mystery genre, hidden passages mustn't exist. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm going to put down these. They're interesting to know going forward, although I think we've probably accidentally been operating as though they are real anyways. Nox's third is... I'm just writing these down, so I'm not going to pop up my notes, but hidden passages to exist. And his fourth was... Scroll up here. I love this organ music, by the way. I love how organs sound. Also a noise that a serial killer would say. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. It's a rule. Now, again, this is a very important to note, is the distinction that she makes at the end here. It's a rule that these cannot be used for murder. Because again, remember, in the fourth chapter, we already know, or fourth episode rather, those people weren't killed, they apparently were knocked out with a drug, right? Oops, didn't mean to do that. So when trying to interpret everything as a proper mystery, having a debate over whether there are hidden doors or not is defeat from the beginning, don't you see? I don't think this is adding new rules. These rules already existed, we just were not aware of them. But if she was acting under the possibility that these rules were already present, I don't think it's cheating. Plus, most of these things are... maybe not so much the hidden passage one, but she already denied that with Red, so that's also not really a problem. The scientific devices and things are things that we've already been doubting to begin with, but... after all, there aren't any. As soon as you suspect that they might exist, then it's already game over for you. Well, yeah, because it means you don't have any other line to go down. In other words, the way you assume that you can't use reason just because it hasn't been proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene. I feel like I read that wrong. In other words, the way you assume that you can't use reason just because it hadn't been proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene makes you simply naive and a failure at mysteries. You've already lost once you start thinking that. But this would be like, I don't know how to word this. This is kind of similar to saying like Asimov's like rule of like robotics or whatever, where it's not so much that these could be technical like literal rules, but this is like a practice that is being followed. Also, to be fair, I don't think The Witch ever said that this game was fair. I don't know if The Witch has ever said that this game was meant to be like a fair game. It's a game where it's one person versus one person, but The Witch has absolutely stacked her deck in her side. Because if it was a fair game, I think she would just lose. If you were trying to interpret everything within the bounds of the mystery genre, right? Then you've got to follow its conventions. I'm pretty sure that Beatrice has been following the rules that Rika just said, but no. That's how it is. Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime scenes. That means anything you do to... And again, remember, this is like when we were talking earlier about the fact that the one commandment says, oh, it's forbidden to use unknown drugs or scientific devices to be used for murder. Well, the very big insinuation there is for murder, which means you probably could use them if it wasn't for murder. It's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. It doesn't mean that hidden compartments couldn't exist, you know? There's a whole lot of, like, wiggle room on these definitions, but that's how it is. Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime scenes. That means anything you do to try and check whether they exist or not is a waste of time. I think I know what you're talking about. I've heard about it somewhere. Is this like the 10 basic rules for mystery novels or something? Yeah, that's right. They're the 10 witch-piercing wedges brandished by Nox, the peerless archbishop of witch hunting. Yeah, definitely. Those are the true weapons with which to fight and defeat the fantasy known as the witch illusions head-on. Just like you, I'm pretty sure you can search these up too. I don't think these are like a real thing. This is not like something that the game created. I'm pretty sure these are like real things that were written like for people that are writing mystery stories. Just like you, Burn. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% positive these are real because I've heard this before. It's similar to like Asimov's rule of robotics. Bringing in such annoying weapons, they're the fantasy side's worst enemies. So you deny the existence of hidden doors right from the start without even investigating the crime scene. That's what sounds like fantasy to me. Lambda, who's in charge of the witch side, is fantasy. I'm the one who's fighting her. Mystery. And that's the whole argument here, right? This is the whole clashing of worlds. Is that Rika is going to put forward that this actually is just a mystery, that there is no fantasy. It's also kind of funny. Again, this is where we get into the thing where I'm not going to deny this meta-narrative of, like, Lambda and Rika existing, but I will deny whether or not they actually had an influence on the game itself. And the reason why I would say that is just for the simple fact that Rika herself is trying to deny that there's a mystery happening. Or that there's fantasy happening, rather, and that this is all just like an elaborate mystery, which you would think that why would she do that? She's a witch, because I think these people are actually outside of the game, if that makes sense, but what are you? The most you can do is repeatedly dodge and deny fantasy, which makes you merely anti-fantasy. You're opposed to absolutely everything, but you can make no counter-propose. Yeah, so what he's saying is that you don't really stand for anything, you've defined yourself in counter to what the other person has said. If Beatrice is defining herself as fantasy, you have defined yourself as anti-fantasy, but you haven't really put forward anything that you believe in. You're like a politician from some government. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you two. Just get on with the story. Quiet down. That sleeping princess behind you is suffering, you know? When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever. Beato, what's wrong? Are you okay? Why are you showing any compassion to her, bro? I thought you hated her. What do you mean, okay? You sure do say some strange things. You're fighting to kill that girl. We've rewound this 5th game for your benefit, but where we're at right now, Burns cornered me pretty good and she's about to break through the witch illusion. That girl's existence has been almost completely denied. It's only natural that she's suffering. Oh my god, are we gonna have like some weird like upside down where Battler's actually gonna start arguing that there is magic? Are we gonna get like a total reversal? Even just now, you smashed the witch illusion by saying there was no way Kinzo existed. This is proof that your attack reached Beato. This agony of hers. I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief. It's true I promised Beato that I'd let her die, but that was supposed to be peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her, as if... I think this is all part of Lambda's game. I think Lambda is purposefully showing a Beatrice that is like suffering from what Battler is doing in an effort to make him stop. Because that would be the only way to make him, is maybe if he finds that he does have some part of him that cares for Beatrice, it's not that he'll begin believing in magic, but he might falsely start arguing in favor of magic because he doesn't want to hurt Beatrice, if that makes sense. But we'll see. As if the complicated feelings inside me were plain as day to them, the two witches grinned together. Is this another chapter here? We'll see. I might do one more chapter if that was the end of the last one, because that was pretty short. But I don't think it is. Let's see. No, it's still the same one. Damn it, Aneki. Dad overheard because you kept yelling about the inheritance. It isn't my fault. How was I supposed to know? He just happened to be in the corridor and heard. It was an unlucky coincidence. Could you two give it a rest? Just call it our bad luck this time and give it up. If you leave a man alone, his mood will pop right back to normal. Hopefully Father's feelings weren't hurt so much that he writes up some strange will. The relative sighed deeply and fell into silence. Hey, Maria, no jumping around. What if Angie trips over? Wait. Excuse me? What did you mean? Sorry to keep you waiting. The boat is ready. Alright, let's go. Won't get anywhere complaining now. This has to be 85, right? We eagerly await your return to this island. Also, are we gonna see, like, child Angie? Because it doesn't really make sense otherwise. I think this is still 85. Natsui was sitting on a bench in the rose garden looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Kanon and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife. Did the boat leave? Yes. It departed just a minute ago. I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my... Okay, so this is after they were leaving. I see. So it wasn't they were getting off the boat. This was them leaving. Yeah, which I probably should have figured when he said return to this island. I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my husband doing? He returned to his room a short while ago. He is resting. Since the previous day, Kraus had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a shiver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal showed that Kraus's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. How was it? Did they seem to notice anything suspicious about Father? Nope. Ava in particular was raising quite the racket about the master overhearing her talking about the inheritance, right? Wasn't her panicking just priceless? Yes. She was quite shaken up. Kumasawa, you really are an actress. Quite an actress. All that panic in the corridor made it seem like father really was there. Kumasawa is quite talented at that sort of thing. That's an interesting thing to put down. I'm putting this down. Kumasawa is apparently a talented actress. In the sense of her acting as though something is happening when it really isn't. This can be important. Come now, I don't deserve such praise. Ho 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. I will have to make it very clear to Genji not to believe you easily when you call in sick. Now that's just too harsh, madam. You really did a good job, as promised both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon. Will be reimbursed for the time off you've sacrificed over the past month and will receive 5 days of additional pay. This bonus is a secret. Speak with Genji when you collect your pay to ensure that the other servants don't find out. This is interesting. Okay. So, Kumasawa, Genji. It's literally just everybody but Goda, isn't it? Well, I guess technically there's other servants that rotate in and out. Kumasawa, Genji, Kanon, and Shannon received extra pay for the fraud, I guess, that they held. I don't know my glasses on. I took them off. GOO user, I think that says. Yeah, GOO user. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Kumasawa, Genji, Kanon, and Shannon received extra pay for the... or I should say for upkeeping the lie. I guess I'll pop my notes here if you just want to see them real quick. But... okay. Don't you worry, we understand, don't we? Kumasawa, your voice is too loud. Oh, how very careless of me. Ho 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 ho. So is Goda not in on this? This kind of insinuates that Goda isn't. Seems to be that despite Goda being hired by Kraus / Natsuhi, that he is not privy to the inner circle. Might not be the correct way to word that, but we'll put it that way. Yes, we should be careful. Let's leave it at that for the time being. All of you, please return to your regular duties. Oh, that's right. I had Goda prepare some special tea. Tell him to serve it. Natsui let them know that she wanted to be left alone for a while, so that she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. This is with Beatrice. That black tea, carried all the way to the bench, was the Sri Lankan tea dimbula that she had promised Beato along with Pati. I don't know if that's how you say it, but we're guessing, okay. And sitting on either side of it, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen, both of them staring at it curiously. Interesting, though, to say, and sitting on either side of it, the wife of the head and her witch. Interesting to say her witch, but I'm gonna put that in the notes as well. That Beatrice was referred to as her witch. Having tea with Natsuhi. Interesting to word it that way. This is Pati. I just assumed it would be some kind of baked sweet. Natsui hadn't thought for a moment that it would have a curry-like spicy flavor and had started coughing after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like aged gyoza stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. As a savory snack, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsui, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be something sweet. Didn't you know? You cannot have dimbula without this. Were it another black tea, it would be cookies. Oh, but chocolate is good too. With Japanese tea, sweet bean jelly is a tradition, although salted kombu also works. With Chinese tea, you have xiaolongbao. Though, I like mooncakes as well. I'm surprised. You know a lot about culture, don't you? Well, I haven't been living 1,000 years for nothing. I've sampled all the finest teas from around the world. This is the other thing too to remember, is that Beatrice is an inherited title, right? So we were talking about this earlier about like, oh, like, if we say it's Jessica, if we say that it is Jessica, we say that she is a bastard child, and all this is like inheritance memes, it would imply that if she was the bastard child, that she would be the next Beatrice. And so when she says she lived for 1,000 years, it could also just be that like the illusion of Beatrice has existed for 1,000 years, that's been passed on and on, you know, blah blah blah. Who cares? Well, blah blah blah. I've sampled all the finest teas from around the world. Perhaps you could call me a tea traveler. It does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the world. Before today, I never knew that one could enjoy tea like this. I will treasure this experience. I cannot leave Rokkenjima. This is the only way I can travel. Interesting, too, again, to remember that she's bound to Rokkenjima. There has to be a reason why. This is the only way I can travel. What about you? I'm sure you've traveled the world in luxury as the wife of a rich man should. Before Jessica was born, my husband took me to many countries. Before marrying, I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience. Now, this is a very interesting thing, too, that I was wondering. If we found out, right, I'm going to lower the game audio for a second while I talk about this because it's kind of interrupted my train of thought. We talked about it in the theory stream, that if the idea that Natsui and Kraus, that Jessica was actually a bastard child, and that it wasn't actually their kid, and that this was, like, for whatever reason, set up in such a way. I want proof of Natsui saying, like, I don't know how they could prove it, but I don't know if I've ever heard Jessica say something about, like, oh, I remember when, like, Jessica was born. This is the first time. It could also have been, like, a swap situation, where, like, the kids were swapped. Again, there's, like, a whole bunch of explanations you could give for it, but all that to be said, I want a little bit more, some details about Jessica's birth, if I have this much suspicion on Jessica, and I feel like I haven't had Natsui speak too much about it, but we'll see. Okay, volume back up. I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience. Sounds like you were also born into a very restrictive household. It was strict, but they gave me a wonderful upbringing. It would be rude to my father and mother to call that restrictive. That tells me eloquently that it was. Kraus might have pitied Natsui, or he might have wanted to take her away from the restrictive Ushirimiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well and show off everything he knew. Unlike father, my husband likes countries in Asia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand. I think we also went to Malaysia. Then Kraus, was he trying to rebel against Kinzo's Western obsession? But Asia's good too. The Japanese are strongly influenced by the West. When they think of foreign countries, only Western ones come to mind. But the East exists as well. I myself knew a few things about the West, but I knew very little about the Orient. Hey, that's like a dirty term now. I seem to recall my husband making fun of me now and then during our travels. As Natsui grumbled that they had all been very tiring trips, Byato secretly peeked into her heart. We gonna get like a flashback scene here now? Now listen, this is called an areca. Areca nut? It's a popular luxury food item around here. It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been split open, with a slice of cucumber wedged in it. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles. I see. So I just bite it here? As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish who took the bait. Whoa, wait up. You have to eat it a certain way. Yes, you're supposed to bite it. Bite it. Chew it. But don't eat it. So it's like gum? Huh? Even though you bite and chew, you can't eat it. Yes, bite and chew. Don't eat. And don't drink the juice. It'll make your stomach hurt. I don't understand. He's actually giving her, he's giving her chewing tobacco. Don't swallow it. Just keep here's your dip cup. I don't understand. Why would you eat something like that? Think of it as something like gum. Chew it and enjoy the flavor. Spit the juice and the scraps dude, it actually is. Dude, he's actually giving her a dip cup, bro. It's chewing tobacco. Here we go. Dear, the inside of your mouth is bright red. Wipe it off. Wipe it off. Eee! The handkerchief she had wiped Kraus's mouth with, a favorite of hers, also had bright red marks on it now. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red, and on top of that, having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth. How indecent. Thinking this, Natsui firmly refused what Kraus was offering her. No thank you, but no. This is a cross-cultural experience. What's the point of traveling if we don't do things that can only be done here? Kraus kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red. Father likes these too. He must have ordered some long ago because he used to chew away at them on the mansion's terrace, although he seems to have stopped ever since he came here. Interesting. I thought that's a weird detail to include. Apparently, Kinzo chewed. This is a very odd note in the thing. Is chewed these nuts prior to Natsuhi showing up, but stopped once she did. I don't. Pretty nice in my notes that I have. Apparently, Kinzo chewed these nuts. That's a nice one. Come on, father, the person you respect even more than me, chewed these all the time. Come on, don't hold back. Try it. No, stop it, dear. When he was traveling the world, Kraus had the innocence of a child. He wouldn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsui normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Kraus kept on urging her to bite it, but Natsui, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled at him that he was being too pushy. Kraus was miffed for most of the bus ride. What a child, to let something like this get him down, Natsui thought, astounded. Then a native tour guide on the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. He talked about how it had been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Holy fuck, bro, can you give me my flowers? Similar to tobacco. About how its popularity was declining because young people were starting to take a dislike to it, just like Natsui. And about how it was treated as a good luck charm in this area, and was known as a symbol for couples. Aww, that's kinda cute. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. That's really cute, actually. Aww. And then, you leaned on your husband and held his hand, I bet. What the heck, you and your husband share a pretty pure love, don't you? Didn't you get all fired up? You know, like that night. Hehehehe. Red face and avoiding Beato's eyes, Natsui tried to hide her embarrassment by stuffing the petite hole into her mouth, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beato said there was nothing better than this to go with tea, and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. The music going away is a bit sus. Of course, that was when we were newlyweds. Right now I cannot even leave Rokkenjima. I'm a bird in a cage. Well, it's the same for me. I've died more than once and I still can't escape Rokkenjima. I'm a bird in a cage just as you are. I don't know much about you, and I won't pry. However, I can imagine that the circumstances you're under are not ones I can make light of. Reminiscing of the days when Kraus was actually like maybe a respectable dude. I have no desire to act like the chief prisoner here. Let's be friendly as fellow birds in this cage. I've taken a liking to you. Really. Thank you. I have too. I like Natsui. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb. You thought of everything from where Kinzo would be and when and what he did and what he left behind, and you put it all together splendidly without any contradictions. That detailed written plan of yours had the same beauty as a high-level magic circle, so this is a good thing to note, as this also tells that Natsui has the capability. Natsui apparently has the brains and organizing capability to pull off massive lies, as seen at the 85 conference, with Kinzo being, we'll put in fake things, alive. To make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living life his own way, she had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. Who did he meet? When and where did he meet them? And what did he leave with them? What he was doing, when and where he was doing it, and what did he change? As a result, even though the relatives hadn't seen Kinzo even once, they never suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Ava and the rest truly believed that their conversation about the inheritance had been overheard by Kinzo as he happened to walk through the hall. Excuse me. And that had sent him into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsui's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. The coordination between the two of them and the servants had also been spectacularly intricate. So this is another thing that I was saying, and I'm not going to invoke Higurashi again because, you know, I feel like I'm Higurashi Andy at this point. But this is following a very similar trajectory to Chapter 5 of Higurashi. And all this does is further convince me that Natsui is not the true culprit. We couldn't afford to have this secret found out under any circumstances. That's why I made such a thorough plan. Your willpower and attention to detail summon success with certainty. As a witch, it seems that you're in Lady Lambda Delta's camp. At your current level, as soon as you become self-aware of that magic, you will be worthy of calling yourself a witch apprentice. If you call something like that magic, then that would make Kumasawa the witch of feigned illnesses. She only calls us to say she's taking a day off because of her bad back on the busy days, like every year's family conference. Oh no, Kumasawa's completely different. She's a witch of a much, much higher level. If you knew what she really was, it'd shock you. So, that's kind of the meme about Virgilia, but I don't know if I buy that. Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, the second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ronove was kind enough to make us some of that Dimbula tea too. Oh, dude, she's so bad with the long hair. Speaking. It felt as though Beato muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though she had been able to communicate something. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beato's cup and her hand and made her grip the cup. And she fucking spilled it all over her dress and she burned alive. Beato's eyes trembled sadly and her fingers shook, almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to, and was mourning the fact that she could no longer even enjoy the tea she had once loved without assistance. That was how she looked. So Battler rested his hand on Beato's, softly took a hold of the teacup and lifted it to her lips. Bro, for someone who hates Beatrice so much, you're really like doing some very lovey-dovey shit with her, man. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Beato sipped. The days in which they had been in a killing fest. Okay, yeah, hopefully you have a good night. I will be on at some point tomorrow, either in the early morning, so like 12 hours from now, or like almost 24 hours from now. We will see. But thank you for stopping by and have a good night. The days in which they had been in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now not only was Beato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard. How is it? That rose aroma makes for a great black tea. Do you like it? Of course, Beato didn't respond. What happened to you? This is another strategy, right? You're pretending to be in a slump so you can shock me later. If that's what you're after, the same trick won't work again, so give it a rest. If you keep acting like that, even I'll start to feel out of whack. Hey, isn't it about time for you to start laughing loudly saying, "Caught you dumbass" or something? Any kind of joke stops being funny if you use it too much, especially if it's a rehash. Laugh, just like you're cackling over there as you drink with Aunt Natsui. A lot of dots. Can't you at least grin? Never again. This child will never laugh again. Virgilia, probably. The fact that she said this child, Virgilia is like the only one that ever refers to it like that. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel. Oh, it was Rika. I was wrong. How can you say that for sure? Quit trying to steal away Beato's right to laugh. Should I say it in red then? I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Berncastle spoke while looking at Beato's face, and I didn't understand the word she used in the slightest. Congratulations. For what? Is it the end of fucking Evangelion here? Beato is like this as a result of your victory. What are you talking about? You said something interesting in a previous game. You said that this would be eternal torture where you both torment each other. I was right. It was torture for Beato as well. And you won that torture game. That's why Beato's soul was killed and why she became a doll-like corpse. Are you saying that I did this to Beato? The battle ends when one of you loses the will to try and win. As far as the battle between you and Beato goes, the conclusion was already reached last time. Well, it probably happened without you noticing though. In that case, why hasn't the game ended when I've already won? I wanted to see, did I double tap a red statement there by accident at some point? Okay, no. I thought that I might have. Why is this game still continuing? The shackle attached to that girl's ankle. She's forced to stay in the game. So yeah, it is true. He's fighting to free Beatrice. Even though it was his opponent, he's fighting to free her now. That's a rule Lambda made. Even if Beatrice tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she's incapable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse. Some time ago, when it looked like you were going to give in, I gave you my support. Though you probably couldn't perceive it, I assisted you by making sure that you would receive hints and things would go your way. That's why you're able to be here now. Do you remember how I helped you? Berncastle stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it, but maybe it was true, that she had helped me. In the same way, Lambda's supporting Beato. And this time, it's Beato who's on the verge of giving in. So to make sure that she doesn't, this time, it's Lambda who's been giving her support. That's what the shackle is. By refusing to let her resign, she saved Beato within the game. How is this saving her? This game was made with only two ways for it to end. Either one side accepts defeat and resigns, or one side wins the game with a checkmate. Beato was about to collide with the first way. That's why Lambda crushed that chance and managed to just barely avoid her losing. That's a wonderful bit of support within this game. In that case, the only way left for this game to end is for me to win. At the very least, until I do win. This witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato's condition to turn back around. But that would just prolong Beato's suffering even more. The goals are now aligned. Even though it's sort of weird to say. Neither of us want that. But Beato and I fought with all we had trying to win. It was because we were both giving it everything we could muster that the game repeated several times to begin with. And that was also why, that one time, we confronted each other head on with all of our strength. And Beato admitted defeat. She said she wanted me to end this game and entrusted everything to me. So Berncastle's words were the truth. She said that it was my fault that Beato had become a living corpse. That was true. But it was something both of us wanted. Our match has already been resolved, even so the game won't end. And that's because now your real opponent is Lambda Delta, which I was kind of wondering if this was ever going to be a thing that you were going to step into the meta-narrative, but we'll see. That's why Beato put her trust in me. She told me to win quickly and end the game, because she doesn't want to be strapped down for this long. Now that the game had been resolved, for it to continue with any further would be torture without end to Beato. Nothing more than a nightmare. I have to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and give Beato a peaceful sleep. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. But by continuing the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. It felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. Shout out Maria, episode 3. I'm starting to feel like the truth doesn't matter anymore. Who gives a crap about the game if Beato is satisfied? Beato resigned. I'll ignore the truth of the witch's illusion and return home with my family. What's wrong with that? If only Lady Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would already be over. That's why I find it detestable. This game, where I have to torment Beato even more to end it, is detestable. What's this? Beato has started to look like she's in pain every time you get closer to the truth, so you're suddenly going easy on her. Yeah, this was part of Lambda Delta's design. I said this earlier. And just go as easy on her as you can. And why don't you just let Beato win while you're at it? Then your little sister can have a lonely, tragic future forced on her endlessly. That's not how it is. That's right. I have to return for Angie's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato. In that case, make sure you kill her. Kill the switch without fail. Aww. I feel bad though. I like Beatrice. Even though Beato was right there, Berncastle spoke without holding back. Your goal is to kill this woman. In the last game you said it at Beato's request. You said I will kill you. Yeah, that may be true, but that doesn't give you a right to comment on it. Did you know? When you tear one of your fingernails out, it's better to do it in one go. Pulling it out like you do, gently, timidly, twisting and slow, hurts much, much more. What you're doing sounds much more like torture to me. If you have any compassion, kill her in one blow. That's how killing works. She's actually right. Shout out Rika. That's none of your business. I'm the one to decide how to perform her last rites. You and that Lambda Delta witch have nothing to do with this. I will kill her. I won't let anyone else do it. As long as you don't lose that willpower, I'm betting on you. Alright. Make sure you don't get, yeah, another Higurashi reference. It's almost like it was written by the same guy, what the fuck? Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. You won't be allowed to abandon this game either. So she's basically threatening. I get it. I know what Lambda's after. She wants to make you lose your will to fight just like Beato, to make you a pair of living dolls, and to keep this world in perpetual equilibrium, because it traps you there too, Rika. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't like it either. Why should I care about what you want? Still, I won't throw this game away. I won't abandon the responsibility of fighting with Beato. I'm glad our goals are the same. So this means you'll be able to kill this child without any hesitation, right? No, stop showing her, you make me feel bad. That's right. I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her. But because of this dull tingling in my chest, I believe that she must have been hurt. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I believe she's been hurt, is that any different from her being hurt? And if I hadn't thought I hurt her, would I have been able to get by without hurting anyone? So, about that Beato who's drinking tea over there with Natsui, you can handle that, right? Yeah, no problem. It's the same as it was with Kinzo. Beatrice doesn't exist. This is a false witch illusion that Natsui created from her belief that she thought up a brilliant plan to overcome hardship by borrowing the witch's power. The only reason it looks like the two of them are drinking together is because Lambda Delta, who is the game master and the one who is telling the story, is interpreting it that way. Exactly. So welcome. Once again, we have said about how this game's narrator has been unreliable. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Rika, okay? I feel bad for Beatrice, okay? She looks so sad. The long hair, it's a good look, okay? I'm sorry, Rika. Although I do have respect for you. If you stare without a fragment of love for Natsui, you won't see illusions like that. That's why with my eyes, all I can see is Natsui all alone, drinking her tea in silence. Without love, it cannot be seen. Once again, magic. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. There's a fantasy that Natsui is showing us. Or that's a fantasy. Beatrice doesn't exist there. So is this implying that Rika's like a loveless creature? Which would kind of make sense why she's so, like, even-keeled. Beato mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Berncastle's truth had been stabbed into her chest. Yeah, that's probably true. I think your theory's right. But don't say that in front of Beato. It doesn't matter where I say it. This is Beato's world. Also, it's not like I'm protecting Beato, but there is a possibility that Aunt Natsui really is drinking tea with some unknown person calling themselves Beatrice. This scene takes place a year before everything. The number of people on this island on this day has never been shown with the red truth. Sure. Even Lambda hasn't said anything in red about the number of people on Rokkenjima on this day. In that case, it's possible to claim that Aunt Natsui really did drink tea with a woman calling herself Beatrice. Just like I can't deny your theory, you can't deny mine. That means you can't say for sure whether the Beato there is an illusion or not. Oh, the cat box theory? That might have worked on Beato, but it won't work on me. Why? After all, Natsuki is drinking tea. Okay, so. Dude, I do kind of like the little evil edge to Rika. All by herself. Now this is where it starts to get really, really interesting because there's something, I don't want to read too much into this. Sorry, I'm like bumping into my mic because I'm too close to it. There's something interesting about this. Are red truths only truths from the person's perspective? I'm gonna put this in the notes. I almost called her Beato on my fucking notes. Can't fucking type with these fucking new switches. I'm just gonna put this out here. I'll scroll down a bit so it's more readable. So I just said, I put down the red quote. Does this mean that the red truths are only truths from the person's perspective? We know Rika has no love. I should say, as for Rika, she has no attachment to Beatrice's world or any of the pieces involved in it. So we'll say, no love for them. Because of that, she claims that Natsuki is drinking tea all alone by herself. The real question is, are red statements true in the sense they're representative of the actual and real truth of the matter, or just true from the perspective of the person telling the story? We will continue. There was a violent sound of glass breaking, and Beato, joking about Natsui's newlywed years and laughing happily, was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsui, all alone. Beato groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. I also think there's something to be noted about the fact that, it's funny that Beatrice said early on that, like, my friends call me Beato. I wonder if another reason, it could also just be a design choice such that you know which one they're referring to, but that they say Beatrice when they mean, like, the person in-game. And they say Beato when they mean, like, the meta-narrative one, like the one that's in Purgatory that's outside of the game board. It's funny to wonder if there's a distinction between the two, or if this is just like I think it's probably just a stylistic choice, just so that when the person is writing, you can say like, oh, I can say Beato instead of, you know, Beatrice, the witch of the game, you know, blah, blah, blah. Another witch illusion had been smashed, calling Beato towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Burncastle likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize the pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, this made me realize what a merciless thing the red truth was. Right now in the Rose Garden, there is no one except Aunt Natsui. In other words, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsui. So if that lone observer were to say that she had some tea with Beato, no one should be able to refute that. If no one can refute it, doesn't that mean it's the truth? No. It could be a personal truth if you want to define it like that. I don't know if I would necessarily use the word truth. You could maybe say personal revelation or, you know, find some synonym for it, but I don't know if truth. Truth seems to carry a much greater burden on that, but Aunt Natsui is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment? The red truth is a lot like a blade. In a battle with a witch, it's a blade that sometimes tears your theories apart and sometimes serves as a weapon you can fight back with. I know. So what? Don't use it without reason. The blade is a tool if you use it as intended, but it's nothing more but a murderer's weapon if you use it out of malice. It was true that Aunt Natsui really hadn't been drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the red truth probably has nothing to do with our game. True, It has nothing to do with this. So this is a very interesting thing. He has like some weird compassion towards like the delusions. I don't want to say, okay, when I say the delusions, it's like very heavily loading it as being like a bad thing, but you know, he has like this belief in this thing to like back up the witches or to like entertain the delusions of the people like Maria or like Natsui in this scenario who might believe in magic, but then is still fighting against it overall. It shows a little bit of, I'd say like emotional maturity to some degree, or maybe some might say it as coddling, but our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime, because I can't read crime, give us more than enough time to injure each other with our red and blue blades glistening. This isn't about the witch's illusions. It's about Aunt Natsui's privacy. And I fucking skipped it because everyone can say, Burncastle's staring at me saying, how could you fucking press space? How could anyone have the right to expose that? Do you want to acknowledge that a witch actually existed here and drank tea with Natsui? Weren't you trying to deny the existence of witches? I think what he's saying is that it doesn't really matter to the scope of the game. It doesn't really affect him whether or not Aunt Natsui believed that there was one or not. And until it starts to, like with Kinzo. Because even though them faking Kinzo's death maybe really didn't have that much value, or didn't really have that much of an effect outside of that, well, it did have an effect once it once it started to step into the realm of 86. And so I think what he's saying is, hey, just let it happen. It doesn't affect the game. We're not hurting anybody. The only person you're hurting is like a memory that Aunt Natsui has. It's outside of our game. Who cares? I guess what he could do like a really like hilarious meme here, and he could say, I'm not trying to deny the existence of witches overall, I'm just trying to deny that they had anything to do with this game. Oh my god, he actually is going to do it. Yes, during the game of the 2-day period from October 4th to October 5th, 1986. But I have no desire to... Oh my god, I fucking called it right before he said it. I have no desire to question whether or not witches exist outside that game board. And to be fair, we know they do. If we want to, you know, I'm not going to invoke Higurashi again, but, you know, I mean, Rika's here right in front of us. It seems that there is a meta-narrative that witches do exist. But not so much as far as the game board goes. In the first place, it's impossible to deny the existence of witches because of the devil's proof, and according to the rules of this game, saying something like that in red is a forbidden move that leads to a stalemate. You can't deny the existence of witches even with the red truth. True. I never thought I'd hear you talk about witches existing. Not bad, Lambda. You've done a good job of getting Battler stuck between his human culprit theory and the thought that it doesn't matter whether witches exist or not. She really excels at controlling a human's heart. Looks like I'd better start helping you out even more. I really couldn't care less about you two. Disappear. This game is between Bieto and me. We're gonna keep this game to ourselves. No way. What? After all, I'm enjoying this game too. Oh ho ho ho. Hee 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 ha ha ha. I kinda wanna hear that laugh. 1 second, we're gonna pull up the... We're turning up the voices for once, even though I don't use the voices. Fuck you, I've already used the config, okay? Even laughs like she's bored, man. Burncastle disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. After that, all that remained was Natsui, sipping tea all alone. Bieto, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid, and me. Burncastle and Lambda Delta, Virgilia called them your friends, but you really should have chosen your friends more carefully. Or wait, maybe they actually make a good match with an ill-natured person like you. Aw, don't be mean. Yeah, you should feel bad, bro. Bieto didn't answer. Paolo took Bieto's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Bieto made a quiet sound in her throat and drank just one more mouthful. And spit it into his eyes, and it was spicy, so it burned his eyes, and he died, and she won the game. Then Natsui's lonely tea time ended. Her truth, which was only hers and observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsui's world, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Bieto for making fun of her too much, must have come to an end, and the two of them probably went their separate ways. However, in Natsui's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsui trapezed away. I think that's how you say that. I don't know what that. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Oh, I thought we were gonna get the window. We got the filigree. Okay. Like I said, that's gonna be it for now. That was a lot for a short amount of time. Locked room barrier. Man, they are ripping though. They are like no breaks going on with everything. The fucking culprit right in front of us. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That was my theory. We'll see. Okay. That's all. Like I said, be back tomorrow. I give my seal of approval. I will be back within 24 hours. Actually, I don't want to say within 24 hours. Before midnight tomorrow, I will be back. It might be late. It might not be. But I'll be back. I fucking promise that in my heart, okay? I fucking really enjoyed this today. I'm getting a really good feeling about the answer arc so far. And, I'm gonna try and get this up on YouTube, and I'm gonna try and, like, get these going as we go. I will... The problem is, for the answer arcs, is I'm having a little bit of a problem that I was thinking about a little bit now. I don't know if I want to make the thumbnails until I'm done. Because I'm a little bit worried about, I'm a little bit worried about being spoiled by searching up sprites. So I will probably... Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for stopping by. I'm a little bit worried about searching up sprites. So I may make, like, placeholder ones for the time being. And then with some of the sprites I have downloaded, which I got, that I haven't been worried about any spoilers. And then once it's over, I will look more into that. Or I will get one of my friends to download the sprites and send them to me. We'll see, regardless. That's all. Appreciate anybody that stopped by. Hope you have a good day, night, morning, whatever time it is in the world where you are. We will be back tomorrow on May 17th of 2025. And we will continue episode 5, The End of the Golden Witch. A little bit of an ominous title, but we'll see. Okay, that's all. Thank you for stopping by. And as I said, have a good night.